If I was a turd, I'd jump out and scare people. Hello friends and welcome back to ReddX, your source for the freshest daily Reddit content anywhere on the internet. Promise, swearsies, it's just a fact, and it's totally science. Go ahead and look it up. Today we are jumping into r/LegbeardStories. Yes indeed, we've been coming heavy with the Legbeards recently, which is surprising because there's always a bit of a dry spell. I really have to go digging, but one just plopped right onto the timeline. I was looking through r/Neckbeards and some guy was harassing this OP. They're like, oh, he's never had sex, and I saw my name mentioned. So I'm like, hey, I gotta go check that out. And it's a really well-written story, all things considered. As per usual, I didn't spoil it for myself, but I do hope that this becomes a nice, long Legbeard series. I thought about finishing off Creepy Callie today, but probably within the next day or so. Maybe Nice Guys tomorrow, Zuka, and then Callie. A nice little weekend treat for you guys. Just a little glimpse of what is to come, I suppose. But who really cares about that, right? We're living in the now, right? So let's go ahead and get some plugs and disclaimers out of the way, and then we will dive right into some hot, fresh Legbeard cringe. Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part 1, The Encounter. Hello, fellow beard hunters. ReddX, the YouTube scientist of all things neckbeard, recently dredged up a long-repressed memory. I'm not sure yet whether I'm thankful for that or not, but I'm eternally thankful for the hours of entertainment that ReddX has provided me. Anytime, my dude. Like I always say, this channel would be nothing without you guys, honestly. So thank you for watching, and also thank you for contributing. That's super killer. This series is my tribute to repay him at least a little. I highly encourage you guys to stop by and give him a like or a sub. Seriously, his narrations are amazing. Okay? Okay. Enough gushing. I was about to say the same thing. You're building it up a little bit too much. Now let us cut right down to the beard of the matter. Today I come to you with a tale of a creature most foul. A creature that either refused or perhaps simply couldn't physically comprehend the meaning of the word no due to its tiny brain and sloping forehead. Neanderthal! For 4 long years, I was pursued, and I barely escaped with my life and my reputation intact. We got closer than I would like to admit. There was one point during this sordid tale that I had even seen the inside of the beast's lair. I'll write it off as a self-defense mechanism because there was truly no way, aside from submission, to quell the unbridled lust that had been stewing in her loins for untold ages, like some sort of major anime plot point that nobody asked for. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Did you fuck a Legbeard, bro? I bet you did. Tell me about it. I want to know. If you aren't familiar with them, I must tell you now that Legbeards are cunning and sly. Yes, indeed. They're not often able to be studied in their natural habitat due to their slippery nature. Is that an innuendo? Did you fuck a Legbeard, bro? Tell me. Just kidding. Well, you do have plenty of overly loud, pink-haired cat girls that might as well be wearing a neon t-shirt that says, "Run away from me!" Many Legbeards are simply parading as nice girls, trademark, until the time comes to reveal their true colors. Ah, and there's the rub, as Shakespeare said. The rub? Did you fuck? Never mind. Oh, that joke's gonna get old quick. Unlike the male variant, Legbeards don't simply rip their mask off and say, "Gotcha!" They're much more methodical. Piece by piece, day by day, the mask is slowly removed. It might go so unbearably slow that it's almost imperceptible at first, just a few grains of sand at a time. You might tend not to notice until those grains of sand are grating on your last nerves and threatening to bury you alive. And by that point, it might be too late for most. like a big fat bullfrog having the heat turned up until it perishes in a froth of boiling Mountain Dew. Well, I was that bullfrog. It's unfortunate that in most cases, the social contract dictates that you can't simply turn and flee, no matter how much venom and vitriol you're about to be unceremoniously dosed with. The option to rip her out of your life is just no longer on the table. Before you even realize what is happening, the Legbeard has been in your life for too long. The poison has spread. She's taken hold of your friends and perhaps even a few family members, and is determined to take them with her when she leaves. How do you cure an infestation so deep? Well, again, we'll need to cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's introduce the cast. What an introduction, bro. He's wordy. OP, at the time, a 24-year-old male college student that's just coming off the NEET gravy train. If you guys don't know what NEET is, it means not in education, employment, or training. Basically somebody that's doing nothing with their life, maybe collecting welfare bucks, something like that. Some people go so far as to develop it into a personality trait, which is despicable. They laugh at people who work and call them wage slaves. Well, guess what? I'm a wage slave, but I got the coolest job ever. Luckily, OP is coming off that gravy train, so I don't have to despise him too much, I guess. Some might call me a neckbeard of sorts, but I'm at least slightly socially aware, and I do go out of my way not to impose upon anyone. As this story takes place, I'm going to school to become a nurse because at this point I have no idea what the hell else to do, and my mom was officially pushing me out of the nest. 24? Fair enough. Trollface, the friend, we'll call him TF, a 24-year-old high school friend that began attending college a year before I had. He adores getting a rise out of people in any way possible, hence Trollface, I guess. A few times this has been to my detriment, but as he's one of the only people that I actually knew when starting college, and I am a fairly introverted person, I tended to stick pretty close by his side. Thiccy Chick, THC, a seemingly very sweet 19-year-old girl with a cool preppy style. She was fairly overweight, but she managed to carry it well. She hung out with our Legbeard, largely because it made her look good by comparison. At least that's my personal theory. Her darling nature definitely held some deep, dark secrets, as this tale will eventually reveal. Legbeard, LB, an eerily normal 22-year-old girl that had a terrible side to her. She wore black, smarmy, one-liner t-shirts, jeans, and black Converse shoes just about every single day that I can remember. It's like exactly how I dressed in high school. She did faintly smell like cat pee. Despite her lack of fashion sense and her strange scent, she was able to pass off as normal enough for me to end up getting close to her. So our story begins with the first encounter, within the darkest depths of a putrid swamp known colloquially as Local City College. Legbeard was lying in wait. Trollface had failed out of basic algebra the year prior because of his constant need for general fuckery. So I took it upon myself to try and push him through with force of will alone. This happened sometime during the first month at college, and it was already an uphill battle. The preliminary exam was approaching, and we both still lived at our parents' houses, so we decided the best place to convene would be in the campus library. Surely it would offer less distraction than sitting down 20 feet away from his PlayStation, right? Wrong. Trollface would spend the majority of his time scrolling through Twitter thirst trap porn accounts that were trying to push their OnlyFans page, while I tried in vain to capture his attention and get him to focus. Every formula was punctuated, with Trollface showing me pictures of whatever hollow husk of a woman he had found that was pulling out her tits on a publicly viewable website. I just grunted my disinterest and pointed to the equation at hand. OP, you know, dude, you're gonna be spreading your ass for pennies too on some chatterbait cam site if you don't manage to get this shit down. And if you cause me to fail, I'm gonna be right there next to you. Trollface.
Whatever, bro. I'd never let you join in on my show. I'm keeping all my money.
OP, Okay, whatever. I won't need to spread my pooper because I'm actually gonna graduate. And at least attempt to do something with my life. Trollface.
You're just mad because my chocolate starfish looks succulent enough to pay for.
Chocolate starfish. It got me good. I proceeded to audibly gag while I gathered my books and moved to the next available table. If he didn't intend to do the work, then I wasn't going to waste my time. You can lead a horse to water, but sometimes it'll still die of thirst, or something like that. Because a thirst trap porn account? Okay, I get it. That's a good one. I was seeing red, and in my anger, I slammed my books onto the table. Each of the scattered groups in the library turned their heads. I flailed my notebook in the direction of a couple of these gawkers with a sneer. I guess trying to prove that I didn't give a damn about their judgment, but I probably just ended up proving that I am, and always have been, some sort of spastic. Whatever. At least now I could concentrate on the preliminary exam and get college started off on the right foot. My mom was officially at the end of her rope, and had supported me for about 6 years longer than she really had an obligation to. It was time to fly on my own. I truly did want to make her proud. I'd only been studying for a minute or two when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I whirled around, ready to give Trollface an earful, but all I got out of my mouth was, "What do?" before my brain registered that I was staring at a girl that I hadn't seen before. This was the moment Legbeard had chosen to strike, and I fell right into her trap. I can only really compare her to an underfed crocodile, or the kind of skinny, stringy poop that goldfish leave floating in the bowl where they live. Suffice to say, she was not exactly great looking. A very skinny girl of mixed heritage. She had yellowish eyes, a long face, and teeth that stuck this way and that, like somebody had tried to turn a butternut squash into a jack-o'-lantern, and then turn that squash-o'-lantern into what they thought resembled a human female. So her head's got like a weird shape or something? Her edgy shirt today featured a crude stick figure crawling out of a toilet with the words,
If I was a turd, I'd jump out and scare people.
Bro, I know what shirt you're talking about. It's this one. I seen it at Hot Topic when I used to go there. Those words alone just brought the image rushing back. That's a trip. Legbeard.
What do? What do you do?
She giggled, and I felt my heart jump into my throat. Sure, she wasn't conventionally attractive, but I was never exactly a ladies' man, so having any sort of attention from the fairer sex was pleasant. She dressed more casually than any woman that I'd ever seen, and it managed to put me at ease. The moments that followed the first words that she spoke to me were starting to feel like an absolute eternity. I fumbled for words that would make sense and attempted to decipher in what order I should put them. Okay, time to respond to her. Hurry! Say something! OP!
Say something!
OP? Well, or no, just me. I'm just here, I have to, lacking the proper words, I simply closed my algebra book and held it up to show her. My face was turning a deep shade of crimson, but apparently by some miracle, she found that fact endearing. She giggled again. Legbeard.
I saw your little breakup. I'm sure the whole library did. What's your name? Are you alright?
OP. I'm OP, and really it's no big deal. Trollface is kind of a jerk. We went to high school together. She moved closer and guided the hand that was still holding the algebra book up back to the table. I took a deep breath. You might think it creepy, but after half a decade of essentially avoiding human contact, I truly found myself just wanting to get a whiff of her perfume or shampoo or body spray. That is creepy, but OP's a self-admitted neckbeard, so I don't know how to respond. I do enjoy feminine scents in passing, but yeah, I don't think I've ever tried to get a whiff. It just comes to me on the wind, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. But instead of a flowery or fruity smell, What OP got was a nose full of what smelled like cat piss. I let out a surprised cough, and Legbeard jumped back slightly. It was probably my just desserts for what some might consider a total creep move. Legbeard,
Perhaps you need to expand your social circle.
after feeling her hand on mine and essentially coughing in her face, the embarrassment was starting to consume every fiber of my being. In this 20-second conversation, I began to remember why my social circle had never expanded very far beyond the couple of extroverts that had adopted me like some kind of quirky pet. I couldn't look her in the eyes. My ears were burning, as I'm sure my face somehow managed to blush even more. I tried to stay still, hoping the situation would just melt away like some sort of horrible nightmare. Of course, it didn't. So I simply nodded at my algebra book. Every molecule of my body vibrating with shame and self-pity. Legbeard,
Oh, look at you. You're so shy. Okay, we're gonna start now. Just hold on a minute. I'm Legbeard, by the way. I just want to introduce you to my friend. I think she's out of class by now.
Legbeard went to work and whipped out her phone, clicking and clacking and tipping and tapping. I wasn't sure what to do with myself, so I sat back down and opened the algebra book. Now, I think there are certain men out there that would enjoy this sort of attention, but I am a proud guy, despite my lack of accomplishments. But your self-awareness is there, OP. I gotta give you points for that. I don't want people treating me like a wounded puppy. Even if being a wounded puppy would mean an endless parade of tits, it's coming from the wrong place, in my opinion. Much like the boobies that are displayed on Twitter. Trollface, on the other hand, is definitely the sort of guy to take any chance to soak up attention from the ladies. I make a note of him scrolling on his own phone and visibly sulking out of the corner of my eye. I'm surrounded by people that are enraptured by technology, and I don't have a phone of my own due to my mom cutting me off, so I just sit and stare at the algebra book some more. I wish that I could form even a single rational thought, but instead I'm stuck just staring at a page filled with numbers and wondering how the hell I got myself into this situation. A bit of attention is great, but the truth is, I didn't want it to be anything beyond a passing hello. I'd give anything to just melt through the floor and find myself back in my bed. World, cold and hard. Bed, soft and warm. I get it. I'd enjoy a nice bowl of Cap'n Crunch and a box of wine. While I fuck off from the world for at least a few precious hours. Sounds like heaven. Just as I start to lose myself in my thoughts, I'm inevitably dragged back into reality by Legbeard. Legbeard,
Hey, OP, I want you to meet Thiccy Chick.
Thiccy Chick stepped forward, seemingly from nowhere, and confidently shook my hand. Just when I thought I'd stopped blushing. Just when I thought my heart had regained its proper place in my chest. There it goes, leaping into my throat again. She was a heavy girl, but her blonde hair and hazel eyes alone were enough to take my breath away. She wore a skirt, tights, a lacy white blouse, and a very smart-looking blazer. My mind boggled at how she could possibly know Legbeard. Disparate styles indeed. I knew I couldn't make words, so I pulled my hand away and then gave her a wave. We just shook hands. How about I wave to you? God, OP. Nodding at the algebra book. It's like, it's slight cringe, but it just seems to be endless. Another wave of crushing awkwardness brought a blushing wave back to my face as my ears started to burn once more. Legbeard,
He's funny, isn't he?
Thiccy Chick, yeah, funny's the word for it. Thiccy Chick was scrutinizing me, and it was agony. But she was a gorgeous girl, and I did want her to like me in some capacity, any capacity. So I did what wounded puppies do best, and looked up at her with the puppy dog eyes that worked my own mother over for far too long. Hell, if it works for an ugly old basset hound, It just might work for me. And it did. Thiccy Chick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to be mean. It's just been a long day already. It's not you.
OP, I appreciate that. I know I can be socially awkward. I just don't get out very much. Legbeard.
He's perfect, isn't he, Thick Chick? We can rebuild him. Make him stronger, faster, better.
My interest was piqued at this point. Social interaction with women is great, but throw in a $6 million man reference? Phew. I'm not big into 1970s television, but anything with a sci-fi bent is something that I will at least give a chance. When was another opportunity like this gonna present itself again anyways? Thick Chick seemed to roll her eyes a bit, but afterward she smiled and nodded at Legbeard in agreement. Thick Chick.
It should make this semester slightly more interesting at the very least.
Legbeard.
Where's your little boyfriend? Are you done with your cat fight?
Legbeard chuckled and gave me a shove. This was the beginning of a long pattern of negging and manipulation. The first sign, so do make a note of it. Seemingly right on cue, Trollface scrambles out of his seat and introduces himself to the ladies. Words start spilling out of his mouth in an unstoppable torrent. Trollface.
Hi, I'm Trollface. You guys want to go somewhere? Let's hang out. You said you had a long day. Oh, yeah, me too. Let's just go somewhere and unwind a bit, huh? You guys want to go out for drinks, huh? Let's go out for drinks, huh?
Legbeard gave a sidelong glance at Thick Chick and cocked her head a bit. Thick Chick stared back at Legbeard for a long moment before giving an almost imperceptible nod. They seemed to be communicating telepathically. Legbeard then turned to Trollface and spoke up for the both of them. Legbeard.
Thick Chick isn't old enough to drink, but we know a spot where they don't really card us. I feel like I should tell you right now that it's a gay nightclub.
Trollface.
Oh, no, yeah, that's totally cool. As long as we got a couple of fine ladies like you on our arms, I'm sure nobody's gonna try anything with us. We are 100% up for that.
We. We, he says. Why would he say we? I was looking forward to a day of studying and a night of wine, but I would end up caving to social pressure and going to that club. It would be a night that I would end up regretting in many ways. I was blackmailed and held hostage by a few stupid actions meant to impress a couple of legbeards. This would result in me becoming somewhat of a pet project for them, but this post has gotten quite long. We'll have to get into it in the next post. Thank you guys for reading, and again, a special shout out to ReddX if he does stumble across this. Oh, P, you're giving me a case of the blue balls! Just when it was starting to get good. That is one hell of an introduction to the series. Really, really wordy. I do like the way that things were phrased and stuff like that, but it does take a little while for this OP to get where he's going. On the plus side, I do like the glimpse inside your mind. You know what I mean? You're really feeling every step of the way, like every cringy social interaction, because OP is letting you know exactly how he feels. So I'm a bit conflicted. You guys can let me know if you like this writing style, if you'd like to see more from this OP. I definitely would, just because, well, one, I like the writing style, and two, Legbeard stories, especially well-written ones, are so exceedingly rare. So definitely big thanks for writing this out for us. I did indeed stumble across it, and I couldn't be more pleased about that. Super cool story. I do look forward to the next entry, and hopefully it will be a little bit more action-packed. I'm trying to say that as gingerly as possible. But yes, indeed, I do have you bookmarked, and we will be looking forward to the next one. I need you to pick me up. I'm drunk. Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part 2. Big clubbin'? Big clubbin'? Hello again, beard enthusiasts and researchers. Big shout out to the one and only ReddX for reading my previous post. Your narration is truly the stuff of legend. My God, again, you're building it up way too much. People are gonna come to this channel and be like, what, that's it? That's what he was talking about? The man with the golden voice has nothing on the man with the greasy voice.
Thanks so much, Solid Adapter.
You seriously made my dreams come true. Thank you so much. You are very, very welcome. As I said, I really appreciate you sitting down to write all this. It is essentially a book. I can't wait to compile all these stories together once it's complete. It's going to be an epic journey, I'm sure. Sorry for the long wait, but it's been difficult to relive these situations. Rest assured that the story will be told in its entirety, no matter how long it takes me to get the guts to actually do so. Take your time with it, bro. We ain't going nowheres. We aren't even really to the dark parts yet. Things are only starting to ramp up. If you haven't read my introduction to these beardly women, you can find it in the previous post. And I like how your post links are like Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny Part 1, and then the other part is cut off. So if you're missing parts, you could just be like, oh, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 at the end of the link. That's like super smart. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but that's a big brain play. Anyways, enough marveling. For this story, I'd like to jump straight into the action. My friend Trollface, TF, had just roped me into going along with these two stealth legbeards to a gay nightclub, so that the preppy-looking underaged one that we're calling Thiccy Chick, THC, could drink with the rest of us. I was not excited by any stretch of the imagination. I don't go to clubs. I had no inclination to start going to clubs, but we were going to do exactly that. So we all agreed to meet at the local park around 8 p.m. and left the library where we had been studying in order to get ready for a night that would change all of our lives, but not in the way that we were hoping. My feet were dragging, but Trollface, ever the optimist, told me that
I should be excited to go out with two amazing college chicks.
Trollface elbowed me, saying,
Bro, you know they fuck.
Priorities. I gave a heavy sigh. The skinny one smells like cat pee.
She could smell like a flaming fish market, dude. I'd still beat.
Trollface said while pumping his hips at the air. He's such a character, dude. Where did you find this guy? I called him an idiot before getting into my old Volvo rust bucket to head back home. I had somewhat of a plan. I'd ply myself with a handy box of wine while I got dressed, and hopefully drink enough to eventually put on a happy face for the sake of all the people around me that insisted that social gatherings are what normal, well-adjusted semi-adults do. Truth be told, I was not a well-adjusted person. I'd been a neat loser for almost the past decade. My mom could hardly stand to look at me at this point, and I know how she felt because I could hardly stand to look at myself. Oh man, that's feels. But as the alcohol began to take hold, I did start to think more positively about the situation. As alcohol does. The great equalizer or something. Maybe tonight would be when it all changed for me. I might end up with a girlfriend while going to college. I could become one of the normies and abandon my old life of social ineptitude and voluntary isolation. I pulled myself up from my bed, drew another tall glass of cheap wine from the handy spigot on the ever-present wine box on my dresser, and began to dress myself in the few presentable clothes that my wardrobe had to offer. See what I mean about painting a picture? All he's really described is the bed and the dresser, but I already get a look of the room because of his admitted alcoholism, which, let's not pull punches, that's essentially what it is. But hey man, whatever gets you through the day, I guess. So I picked out a blue button-up, khaki pants, black leather belt. I didn't have any proper shoes, so I just wore the same dingy white sneakers that I wore basically every day. All the better for dancing with, right? Maybe I would actually do some dancing tonight. One of the girls might even be impressed. I smiled at myself in the mirror for the first time in a long time and drained the wine glass. By the time 8 o'clock rolled around, I was already drunk as a skunk. There was no way that I could safely drive my car to the park where we were supposed to meet. I mean, it was only a couple of miles, and Volvo does have a great crash test rating. But I didn't really want to chance it. I probably wouldn't actually die if I were to crash, as easy as an escape as that seemed at the time to me. But if this car died, then so did my chances at retaining some sense of normalcy. I think I mentioned in the last story that I don't have a cell phone, so I picked up the house phone to hear my mom ranting at one of the boyfriends from her revolving door of dicks about what a mess her life is. Preaching to the choir, I thought. OP, Mom, I need to use the phone. Mom, Jesus Christ, are you drunk? OP, sorry, I just don't hold my booze as well as you do. Whichever boyfriend it was let out a chuckle while my mom huffed and slammed the phone down. I didn't bother saying goodbye to that guy for her. I just hung up the line before opening it again and dialing up Trollface. Trollface,
Where the hell are you, dude?
OP, I need you to pick me up. I'm drunk. Trollface,
You really are a piece of shit, OP, you know that?
OP, yes. Yes, I do. It's a perfect answer. I hung up the phone, again without saying goodbye, and went to sit on the curb and have a cigarette. I don't really smoke often, unless I'm very tipsy. The death stick was stale, but I was too drunk to really care. It also burned up quick enough to burn my fingers while I peered down the street looking for my ride. In almost no time at all, Trollface pulls up in his little silver two-door Hyundai hatchback with the two girls stuffed in the back seat. I wobble to my feet and jerk the door open before plopping down passenger side with a sigh. Thick Chick, wow, OP, you almost look presentable. OP, yeah, you too. That's such a horrible response. You almost look presentable too. Right back at you. I don't know if she's negging him or not. Probably, based on what we know from the last story. I hadn't actually looked at her, to be fair. I was just trying to stop the world from spinning. Maybe it was from standing up from the curb too fast, although it was probably the double-digit glasses of wine that I had. Trollface,
You been pre-gaming it, huh, buddy?
Legbeard,
Ha! Pre-gaming is for poor people. Just how broke are you, OP?
I knew I was being insulted. More of that infamous negging. Part of me began to wonder if she really wanted to be my friend at all, or if she was just naturally an arrogant jerk without really meaning to be. I wanted to come up with a burning retort, but my brain was swimming in its own juices, so what came out was something along the lines of, OP, yeah, I'm broke enough to break your head, Ivan Drago.
I must break you.
Legbeard,
What the fuck? I might be offended if you could afford more than one pair of shoes. Or did you honestly choose to wear a black belt and white shoes? Ugh, you're such a mess. Me and Thick Chick were considering fixing you, but you might be the first case we've had that is absolutely beyond repair.
She went on and on for a minute or two, just laying the vitriol on so thick that I started to think twice about talking back to her in the future. Little did I know she was laying the groundwork for what would become my hellish existence for the years to come, but I didn't know that yet. I did want to be fixed if that was possible, so I just nodded drunkenly. When in doubt, submit. Works for dogs, works for people. It's good for the kids, it's good for the adults. I hope they don't mean fix you like chop your balls off, OP. Tell me you're still an intact man. Let me know if you're okay. Thick Chick, leave him alone. We're gonna have fun tonight. Don't start us off on the wrong foot. Thick Chick was sitting behind me and began to run her slender fingers through my hair. The world stopped spinning as the car started to move. I had another brief moment of hope then. I could totally learn to be a human instead of a cave troll. God, I identify with that so much. Thick Chick could help me on the path. She was attractive, and I really did start to like her more than I should have in that moment, but she had this angry shrew stapled to her hip. Could I deal with that? I mean, what was my alternative? Forever Alone had served me well for years, but this was the start of turning over a new leaf. I leaned my head into her hand and let out a contented sigh. Thick Chick, "Oh, P, you have so many split ends. You should really let Legbeard and I give you a makeover one of these days." I didn't say anything in response. I just nodded, not realizing the ramifications of what I had just agreed to. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We pulled up to the nightclub in what felt like just a couple of minutes. A very heavenly couple of minutes. I relished that kind of attention, which I had never really had before. I stumbled out and put my seat forward to let the ladies out of the two-door, while Trollface said he was going to go find somewhere to park. I said, "All right, we'll go stand in line." "That's good thinking, OP. Always reserve that spot." As I walked towards the line, it felt like everyone around me was whispering about me. Even being as drunk as I was, I couldn't stave off that innate paranoia that has had a rather large role in keeping me introverted for as long as I have been. Even Legbeard and Thick Chick seemed to be lagging behind, talking into each other's ears every second that my back was turned. Maybe it wasn't all in my head. I tried to hold fast to the stupid visions that I've had about me being a normal person, but they turned to ashes in my hands. Still, it was too late to turn back. If I'd brought my own car, maybe, but stupid me, trying not to die while still greasing the wheels of socialization, had now left me stranded. It's a series of unfortunate events. I stood in line silently, trying not to look as awkward as I felt, when Legbeard tapped me on the shoulder. Legbeard,
Seriously, what is it with your shoes? Did your mommy dress you? I'm honestly asking. I'll buy you new shoes if you want. If you're gonna hang out with us, then you need to dress like a human with a halfway functioning brain.
She just was not going to let up, was she? I thought her looks were off-putting when I first met her, but now I was sure that she was ugly, inside and out. I was really starting to actively hate this suburban witch woman. But I still felt deep down like I needed her help, so I couldn't simply scream at her all of the choice words that were swimming in my brain. I had precious few options at my disposal. I could smile and nod again, admit to her in front of everyone, all these strangers, that my own mother hates me, or do what I actually decided on, which was just to ignore her. So I did just that, with a raise of my eyebrow that I like to think looked cool and said, "You got problems, dude." But it probably said something like, "I'm a social reject and I have problems with facial spasming." Self-awareness 100, OP. It might have looked cool, I don't know. But somehow this poster just manages to like capture the essence of getting caught up in your own head. And I think we've all been there. That's why I look forward to this series so damn much. In an effort to get out of my own head and an awkward social situation, I turned my attention towards Thick Chick for the first time so far that night. And I realized that she had really gone all out getting ready for the club. Her long blonde hair was in an updo, some light makeup on her face that attracted attention towards her gorgeous eyes and admittedly amazing cheekbones. She was wearing a blue dress with a gray vest over it, and the vest did a whole lot of lifting to accentuate specifically two of her most womanly features. My mouth went very dry. All I could choke out was, "Wow." Thick Chick obviously noticed my reaction and smiled. Thick Chick, "My mommy dressed me too. Say thank you to Legbeard." I cringed a little at that line, but I did manage to nod my thanks to Legbeard, and she just rolled her eyes at me. My drunken brain was grasping at straws at this point. Finally, I managed to pull out a question to maybe get some conversation going. It was a really stupid question, but it was probably better than just sitting there in silence and gawking at them, wasn't it? OP. So, what do you guys like to drink? Legbeard.
Rum and Coke.
Thick Chick. Vodka cran. OP. Cool. I really like wine. Legbeard.
Well, we're at a gay club, so you'll fit right in.
Oh, God. How does a woman get this caddy, bro? Wasn't she the one that picked him out in the library and told him to go, like, on this little adventure? The mask has really come off. My stomach sank, and my anger started to rise. It seemed like no matter how I tried to ingratiate myself, I was just gonna end up getting kicked in the nuts. I wanted to hang out with Thick Chick, but it seemed like her and this squash-faced scarecrow were a package deal. I glanced around feebly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Trollface. He might be a jerk, but he's my jerk. And he's much better at navigating social situations than I seem to be. OP. Oh, good. Look, there's Trollface. I breathed a sigh of relief. Bless that cheap Korean compact. Easy to park as anything. I gave Trollface a wave as he merrily jogged towards our group. Trollface clearly saw, but didn't bother to return the wave. One of the guys hanging outside of the club did, followed by rubbing his nipples and flicking his tongue out of his mouth towards me. Oh, God. Truly, what have I gotten myself into here? We were gonna need more drinks. That is the essence of any social situation. We're gonna need more drinks. Bring them out. Trollface wrapped one arm around me and the other one around Legbeard as he approached. Trollface,
I'm back! What's up, you hobos?
The choice of words was spectacular. God damn it. Silence took hold as it felt like everyone in earshot turned to take a look at our little band of misfits. Trollface, of course, took the opportunity to shove me and say,
"Why would you say that, bro?"
What an asshole. I stood silently, wishing that I had the intestinal fortitude to just bludgeon my head against a nearby wall until I lost consciousness. Literally anything to get me out of this situation. Luckily, Thiccy Chick pointed at Trollface with a quickly uttered, "Don't." And with that, the show seemed to be over and everyone just carried on with whatever they were doing. The three of them talked while I stood on the fringes of the conversation, as usual. But the line did move, and eventually we got into the club. I headed for the bar, desperate to get my big ol' whistle real nice and wet. Then I saw the drink prices, so yeah, that was gonna be a no-go. Why do people come to these places? What is the point of it all? And I was snapped out of this line of thought by my cohorts sidling up and shelling out over $100 for 2 rounds of drinks. $100, 6 drinks. I think that checks out. Ain't been to a club recently, but I know you're paying like 15, 20 bucks for a drink. They downed those drinks at record speed and made another equivalent of my car insurance payment for 2 months to snag a couple more rounds. Lordy. Legbeard turned her attention to me and sidled up close. There was that cat pee smell again. She was trying to scream in my ear over the throbbing music. She was probably insulting me again. All I thought I made out was,
"Loosen up!"
I nodded, even though I didn't really feel it. I had tried to loosen up already. That was what the wine was for. But maybe I could force myself to have fun. What's more fun than people watching? I scoped out Trollface, and he was bouncing around like someone let a happy Labrador retriever into the club. He was trying to brush off the guys that would come by and try to join him. I smiled, and slowly, the fun did begin to take hold. I didn't leave the bar. I simply bounced to the rhythm and turned to Thick Chick. I grabbed her hands and started swinging them in time to the music. I mean, sure, it probably looked cringy as fuck, but I was determined not to let this night be a wash. Thick Chick seemed to have taken a shine to me for whatever reason, and I wanted to show her that I wasn't just some shut-in. She led me over to where Legbeard and Trollface were dancing, and we started to party down. I mean, they were all significantly drunker than I was, but I was actually having a real human experience. It felt very surreal to me for some reason. The dancing went well, and things started to get more and more heated on the dance floor. At one point, another stranger came up and tried to grind on Trollface, and he actually let it happen for a moment before we locked eyes, and he snapped back to reality. That moment still sticks with me, and I should have taken it as a sign of things to come, but I couldn't see that sausage-shaped freight train barreling towards me under the dim lights of that nightclub, and it haunted me for years. Trollface then started dancing with me. I backed away to cling to Thiccy Chick, but she laughed and just pushed me back towards Trollface. Legbeard was standing there nodding like a melted Slenderina bobblehead. I really did want this relationship dynamic to work out, so I threw caution into the wind and shook my shoulders as I shimmied back towards Troll Friend. Trollface was giving me all that he had, dropping low and arching his back while looking back at me over his shoulder. I was laughing and just letting my inhibitions go. And that's when I spotted Legbeard with her phone out, laughing and taking a video or streaming. The feelings of shame and my need for isolation all came back again in one gigantic torrent, and I immediately shoved my way through the crowd and into the parking lot. I sat on the hood of Trollface's car. Nobody came out to check if I was okay. They were busy having fun. With my arms covering my face, I began to cry. It was a frustrated cry. A shameful cry. A cry that encompassed all of the bad thoughts and horrible feelings that I had to push through to be here, only to end up as the butt of a joke. When the trio found their way back to the car, I think I was half asleep. Trollface pounded on the hood to wake me up, and of course they all had a nice big laugh about it. I just said that I was tired and asked if he could take me home.
But don't you want to go home with Trollface? I have video evidence that says you just might,
Legbeard taunted. I looked around to see them all laughing at me once again. Even my tentative friend Trollface. Even the girl who had given me a glimmer of hope for a more sociable future. In that moment, I truly hated all of them. But the hate had only just begun to brew. This was a joke that would go much too far and have far-reaching consequences. It wasn't really a joke at all. It was blackmail, outright. Now, to be clear, I refuse to think that Legbeard was a mastermind brilliant enough to set up a social situation where I'd let my guard down to that extent, but she definitely took advantage of the situation. When I finally did get home, my mother glanced at me but didn't say a word, as usual. In my room, I glued my mouth to the box of wine and just kept drinking until I felt the happy juice swooshing its way to my brain. I flopped on the bed, feeling conflicted. The phone rang once. I ignored it. Was I making a bigger deal about this than it actually was? I mean, maybe it was just a silly joke between friends.
OP, pick up the phone!
My mom shrieked from the living room. I picked up and said, hello. Legbeard was on the other end. She calmly said,
Hi, OP. You should really meet me outside the library tomorrow, 4 p.m. If you don't, then I'll make sure that your time at college are the worst years of your life.
She quickly hung up, and my blood ran cold. God, what a cliffhanger, OP! Why you gotta do this to me? I want to know what happens. I'll be waiting with bated breath for part 3. It definitely has something to do with that video she took, but it'll be interesting to see what sort of angle Legbeard actually has with this video, or how she manipulates OP into believing it's a bigger deal than it is, because honestly, the only person in his life at the moment seems to be Trollface and his mother. So neither of those dynamics seem like a very positive thing for the OP to be participating in anyways. So if they did drop him because he turned out to be gay, which he's really not even gay. It's just a video that looks kind of gay. I think he'd be better off for it, honestly. Okay, I dropped my friend, I dropped my mom. I'm starting over from 0, but really I had only gotten to 2. So starting over from 0 ain't all that bad. But yeah, I understand the heat of the moment. It'll be interesting to see OP's thought process because he really does let us inside of his head, and that is the thing that I like most about these stories. So looking forward to part 3, even if it takes a couple more weeks to come out. I'm on the edge of my seat, man. Thank you so much for chronicling it out. It is going to be absolutely epic, I am sure, once it's all put together. I don't believe in crystal skulls.
I need you to tell me you believe in crystal skulls.
Please don't make me believe in them.
Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part number 3, Shifting Mindset. It's been a long time. A month has flown by. ReddX actually reached out to me via Reddit, true, to ask if I was alright. I knew he was a chill guy from his YouTube videos, but I don't think I've ever met a YouTuber who was so down-to-earth or involved with his fans, and I really do appreciate that. I mean, honestly, man, it's no skin off my nose as far as I'm concerned. Taking a couple minutes out to just make sure that you're okay is important. You were mentioning in the last story how difficult it is to sit down and write this saga, and I think I even said in the message that I'm hungry for it, but I definitely don't want to pressure you or anything like that. As far as being down to earth, I mean, yeah, I like to stay accessible to people who make my dream possible, you know what I mean? If anybody who watches these videos is ever looking to chat, I mean, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Discord, I'm very reachable. Don't be a stranger, because you guys really are the reason that all this has happened for me. So I'm super grateful to each and every one of you, but I do digress. Suffice to say that I am fine, just working. I do apologize for the lack of a response. I'm still a bit of a social cripple, and these experiences only worsen that. And I also had no idea, honestly, how to respond properly to my favorite YouTuber. Aw, favorite. I just kind of froze up over it, but you shall wait no longer for Stealthbeard. Today is the day, and I won't make people wait. Let's get back into the thick of things and relive some of the lowest points of my life together, shall we? There's so much good content on YouTube. Why is this your favorite YouTube channel? No, I definitely appreciate that, dude. Very flattering. If you haven't read the previous sagas, Part 1, The Meeting, Part 2, Big Clubbin', as I said, those links are in the description. If you wanted to update the post with those links, that'd be cool too, but no pressure, again. You can also just change the last digit of the URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is neato. I think I pointed that out in the last video. That is a big brain play, intended or not. So, to summarize these stories, if you can't sit through my word salad, or ReddX's YouTube narrations, I met a Legbeard, LB, and her seemingly normal friend, THC, while at the library. My male friend, TF, encouraged me to go clubbing with them at a gay nightclub. I ended up freak dancing with my male friend while the Legbeard took a video. This video would turn into the bane of my existence. Legbeard had called and demanded that I meet with her, or she would make my life a living hell. The truth was, she would make my life a living hell regardless, but we'll get into that today. Yeah, I guess that's kind of how blackmail works, you know? Ain't no way out! Ugh. After the threatening phone call, I lay awake in my bed. I felt dejected and used. My thoughts ran back and forth with questions. Should I meet with her? Even if I didn't, how could my life possibly get any worse? Maybe I should just transfer to another college. Even if my credits weren't actually transferable, I'd potentially only lose a semester or so. But I would be living in my car. How does one live in a car with no income? Legbeard would definitely pull the trigger if I ran away from this problem. She knew where I lived now. I decided that I needed to at least keep my mother moderately happy until I could finish school and actually fly the nest for myself. My mother and my living situation were the crux of why I agreed to meet up with my blackmailer, and I think that's what I asked at the end of the second story. So, we're getting some answers. It has occurred to me that I haven't mentioned my mother much, and I'm sure she still doesn't mention me very much either, even to this very day. Her patience had waned, and I think watching her only son spiral into self-destruction led her down a similar path. She drank too much, invited over a different man every night, had no motivation to do anything except collect on her disability, and that's a large part of why I think she was so intent of pushing me out of the nest. She simply didn't like that I was taking a piece of her pie, and I suppose that's fair. I actually do see a lot of the uglier parts of myself in all those things that she did, and I can admit that I had a rather large hand in things turning out the way that they did. Years later, I don't begrudge her, but it has taken a large amount of therapy in order to let go. Again, great you're in therapy. Love to hear that. Everybody needs therapy on some level, as I said in the video yesterday. Despite all of her shortcomings, my mother still considered herself a good Christian woman. But the only times that she mentioned Christ or quoted scripture was when the time came to justify her hatred towards another group of people. I'm sure you know this type. Needless to say, having her only child be painted as a gay man by a duplicitous Legbeard would be far more than her poor, little, shriveled, tiny, cold heart could bear. I was determined not to let that happen, at least until I could figure out a way to keep a roof over my head. Yeah, housing is important. It's not easy to live in a car, I know from experience. So, all that to say, yes, I did decide to meet up with the Legbeard at the library as requested. I arrived to the meeting about 15 minutes ahead of time, and she was already there, waiting, drinking a Gatorade, munching on a bag of corn chips, watching something on her phone, probably the cursed video in question. She was absolutely as happy as could be in her own little world. She hadn't seen me yet. Despite that pasted-on jack-o'-lantern grin, I swear I could see the dark aura surrounding her in that moment. I hadn't noticed it at all the day before, and I swear I've never seen anyone else's aura. I don't believe in crystal skulls and water wizardry. But it was clear to me then, as it is now, that this harpy was wielding some powerful, evil magic deep inside of her soul. I felt rage boiling up inside of me. I had trusted her. I had attempted to make a real human connection, and blackmail was my reward. I had a vivid mental image then of simply bludgeoning her to death with a cinder block in full view of everyone. Right outside the library? Bro, that's hardcore. Betrayal for betrayal, right? But I sighed and let that thought go. She wasn't worth a lifetime behind bars. I'd just have to play her little game until I eventually found my escape. I approached, slamming my backpack onto the table next to her. It was an event similar to what had initiated our very first meeting yesterday. She didn't even flinch, simply muttering,
"Sit down!"
I complied, but I did not speak first, just drilling my eyes into her face with every ounce of my hatred. She stared back and finished crunching up another mouthful of chips with her mangled teeth.
"Do you always make it a point to slam things down when you're upset? It's very childish,"
she admonished. I couldn't quite find the words, but she didn't speak further. We sat and stared at each other like an old married couple that had nothing but disdain for each other. Her Gatorade transforming into a cup of stale black coffee. The bag of chips somehow morphed into a hate-infused pile of burned scrambled eggs. It paints such a picture, dude. 30 years flew by in a flash. I could see her aging into the despicable hag that I knew lived inside of her. Finally, I was able to move my mouth. "Do you always make it a point to blackmail people that you've only known for a day?" I spat at her. She laughed, high and loud. It sounded like a hyena that was getting ready to make a kill.
"You think I'd blackmail you? I simply want to help you reach your full potential,"
she insisted. I could feel her tugging at my sympathy, Or perhaps it was a ploy to take advantage of my own self-hatred. I knew in my heart that she had a game plan the entire time. She could smell weakness. It was like the perfume of a hot meal to her, and I was rife with the scent. Oh, what do they call those? Emotional vampires, dude. I bet she could sense that OP was like in need of a friend and feeling unconfident, and she totally just swooped on in and took advantage of that, as we see. Man, them Legbeards though. I wanted to scream at her and call her out for the witch that she was, but all I could do was speak softly but venomously through gritted teeth. What do you want from me? She looked me up and down.
You're gonna come home with me today.
My heart leapt into my throat. I'll be honest with you here. I had only had one sexual experience, and it was so subpar that the woman that I was with literally mocked me directly afterwards. Her words seared into my brain to this day. Is that it? Okay, not the most vicious thing I've ever been told, I guess, but it was yet another instance of putting it all out on the line and getting punched right in the dick for daring to do so. I did not have the heart to pursue anything else since then because of that experience. I was 16 at the time. It's been almost a decade, 8 years since that fateful night. Honestly, I think most people's first time at bat sucks pretty hard. I know mine did. I relate to you quite heavily on that front, OP. If Legbeard was implying what I thought she was implying, then it's needless to say that I was extremely uncomfortable. Even if the circumstances had been different, this behavior was absolutely beyond the pale. She could see the panic on my face and started laughing again.
Ew, no. It's not like that, you little pervert. Thiccy Chick is at my house right now. We said yesterday that we were gonna give you a makeover. You seemed to like that idea last night.
She spoke that last sentence in a kicked puppy sort of tone and gave me pleading eyes. My mood did lighten considerably at the mention of Thiccy Chick. I was eager to see her again, at the very least. Looking back, this was indeed all subtle manipulation. Legbeard made no mention of the video. She made the idea sound like I had already essentially agreed with it. Legbeard even used her friend as bait to get me back to her nest. In my heart, I did know that this was not going to be a good idea, but there was a large chunk of me that just wanted it to turn out fine, and I thought that maybe I could make it so by just believing that everything was going to be okay. Clap your hands 3 times, OP. Wishes do come true. Submission. Works for dogs, works for humans. Perhaps I could just go home with her, and the girls would help me restore a chunk of humanity that I had lost years prior. I could maybe at least look like a normal person on the outside, and that could assist in making me feel like a normal person on the inside, maybe? Legbeard had indeed pulled the wool over my eyes, but in my weakness, I was willing to let it stay over my eyes and just continue pretending that everything was normal. None of this is normal. She could see the gears turning, and obviously she didn't want them spinning on their own for too long, because I might actually realize that this was a very stupid idea. So she quickly interrupted my train of thought by standing up, holding out a hand, and saying,
So, let's go?
With a distinct dash of hopefulness. I didn't take her hand, because I was still liable to twist her arm off and fucking beat her to death with it. I'm not a goddamn goldfish, and I hadn't forgotten the reason that I was sitting here, but I did nod at her. She withdrew her hand and started off towards the parking lot, talking a mile a minute.
I'll drive us. Your car's such a beater. Ugh, how can you even stand to be seen in that thing? We're gonna need to do something about that, but let's start with the small things first. First, we'll need...
I finally found my nerve and interrupted her this time. More of that infamous negging, I see. But OP said, I want to drive my car, I murmured. Her demeanor changed almost immediately as she spun around to face me.
What did you say?
She hissed. I said I want to drive there myself, I mumbled at her. The events of last night were still fresh in my mind. I was stranded then in an awkward situation and had no means to get myself out of it without either walking myself home or trying to hitch a ride with a potential serial killer. Hitchhiking ain't so bad, OP. Ramtide's been doing it for years. But you probably do want to carry a knife with you. Just saying. I had no idea where Legbeard lived, and I was not eager to leave my car behind again and be stuck waiting for them to take me home by their own good graces. If I needed to make a swift exit, then I was determined to have the means to do so without anyone or anything standing in my way. I had no idea what plans she actually had for me, and I was not going to hand over control and let come what may, as long as I could help it. It was an act of self-preservation at this point, pure and simple. This is a very good point. We are learning from our mistakes, OP, and I love to see it. Definitely don't just, submit on that front. All the other crap might be fine, but getting stranded at a Legbeard's house can only be bad news. So I'm glad that you pushed the point on this. Of course, she might also have said, get in the car or I'm going to release the video, but I don't think that she wants to play her hand this early either. It's like this weird game of cat and mouse going on, and I do like it. This is good stuff. Legbeard was obviously not happy that I'd made this request to maintain my personal liberty and took another large step towards me, purposely invading my personal space.
And how are we going to make sure that you don't get lost?
Her words slid out, oozing vitriol. I mean, the video, I shrugged. And with those words, a switch flipped in her brain again, and she backed off, and that disturbing smile returned to her lips. She knew I was under her control, at least for now.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten. Almost.
She cackled derisively.
All right, well, I'll drive really slow just for you and that old hunk of junk. Just make extra sure that you don't get lost, or else that little video might find itself in the attachments of the entire school mailing list. I could also drop a copy off at your mom's house, but I don't think that would even be necessary. Did you know your mom is on Facebook? Pretty active too, by the looks of things.
She said all of this with that same deranged smirk. Boy, she been stalking you on her own time. This is definitely a move that's meant to tighten the noose. Because it seems like OP doesn't really care about approval from his peers, but he needs his mom to stay approving in order to, live in a house. She's a snake, dude. She's done this before, for sure. I puffed my chest out, a rare moment of bravery overcoming me. Look, we both know what this is, don't we? If you really want to help me, then I would be grateful. But if that were the case, then the video wouldn't be needed, right? So I'm willing to play along to keep it under wraps, but let's not pretend that this isn't what it clearly is, okay? OP found some big dick energy. Her only response was to spin on her heels, yelling over her shoulder that
she drove a black Jetta.
I thought that was exceedingly fitting. The two-faced friendliness and then aggression of the German Volkswagen that she drove pitted against the passive, attempted neutrality of the Swedish Volvo that I was driving. I'm not sure why that sticks out to me so much, but it still does, even to this day. Like I said, I don't try to read too much into things, but signs or coincidences like that can sometimes smack you right in the face. As I got into my car, I glimpsed into the rearview mirror for her car, catching my own eyes in the process. I felt a deep sense of shame and regret. There was nothing that I could do now, really, except for ride the wave. I had put myself into this situation, even if it was just a series of unfortunate events, and I had been in similar positions many times before, and had long since learned the hard lesson that nobody was going to give me a hand and help me out of it. It was all up to me. A bit of confidence and self-determination had started to blossom within me at this point, and though I didn't realize it or have the words then, I have since learned this bit of sage advice. Sometimes, staying passive is the right move, but those times honestly aren't very often. You need to make moves in order to protect yourself and advance the objective that you're working towards. While I wasn't completely this person at that time, this story is one of the many that helped my objective-based mindset to finally take form. God damn, that is beautiful. I see that therapy is really working for you, and I definitely do hope that this story will have a happy ending at the end of things. Anyways, in the middle of that surge of regret, I did spot the she-witch, not riding a broom as one would think, but instead hunched over the wheel of a black Jetta, just like she had said. She pulled up right behind my car and let out 2 sharp beeps. Beep, beep. I beeped back once in response. Beep. And she pulled ahead to let me out of the spot. With that, I began to follow her. As always, my mind was racing with possibilities about what exactly might be awaiting me at her house. There had to be a way out of this situation. Perhaps I could, accidentally destroy her phone. Maybe the phone could just go missing by my own hands. But it was a very real possibility that she had already transferred the video file to a computer, or, God forbid, even onto something like Google Drive. This was all around the time that cloud storage was first beginning to rear its ugly head. So early 2010s, I guess. But the truth is, I didn't really know much about Legbeard. Could she be tech savvy enough to be on board with something like that? I needed to make sure. I needed to watch very carefully and plan my next moves extremely deliberately. As much as it pained me to even consider it, I might even have to buddy up to Legbeard in order to get her guard down even further. She was a cunning creature, but there's always a weakness. I just needed to play along for a time until I found the gap in her armor. At least going into her house might give me some idea of what she was like in her personal life, and how I could best stab her where it hurt the most as soon as the opportunity presented itself. I really did have very little to lose at this point. If I went down trying to conquer this beast, then I would make sure to create a fireball big enough to take down some other people right alongside me. My mother, Trollface, even Thiccy Chick. I started considering how to pull all of their strings and force them to do what I required of them. I knew that my mother and Trollface were both creatures of vice, so it would be fairly easy to pin down what I needed to do to get to them should the need arise. Thiccy Chick was a different mystery, but I would figure that out given due time. Obviously, this was not a very pretty mask to wear, and I take no pride in my effort to do these things, but you have to see it my way. I was being manipulated, and at the end of the day, I needed to play the game better than Legbeard played it. When it comes down to it, needs must. Yeah, that's a fair point, OP. That good old fights fire with fire type of stuff. My mind was plotting while I stared at the black car in front of me, winding me deeper into a housing tract. Obviously, I don't get out of the house much, so I didn't even really recognize where I was at this point. Well, so much for having brought my car, after all. I suppose if worst came to worst, I could simply drive through a couple of backyards to get back on the main street. Jesus, what was I becoming? This situation had definitely brought out a lot of my baser instincts. Finally, the Jetta stopped in front of a squat house with a lawn that was about 50% dirt and 50% brown, dead grass. Seemed like she took about the same care of her lawn as she took of herself. Now, you might think that it's a boomer take, but you can tell a lot about a person by the type of lawn that they keep. It is sort of a boomer take, but I take all my cues from Hank Hill, and Hank Hill says you're right.
Yep.
I did follow a note of Legbeard's at this point, and I pasted on a fake smile to hide the malicious thoughts that were crawling around in my lizard brain, and I got out of the car to compliment Legbeard on her lovely abode. She beamed with pride and told me all about how
She managed to get it all by herself.
Spoiler, I later found out that she actually got a hefty loan from the bank of mom and dad to get the down payment together. Yeah, that's the sort of loan that never gets repaid, isn't it? I just nodded along enthusiastically and played my part. Thiccy Chick peeked out of the front door and came running down the walkway to wrap me up in a hug. Oh my god, I missed you so much, OP. My head started to swim. God, she smelled so good. Like honeydew. The poison thoughts evaporated in that moment, but they would return shortly as we entered the house to begin the makeover. Oh, cliffhanger! Oh, I'm so hooked, dude. I need more. So that's about all the time that I have for the day, but I do hope that you guys are enjoying the ride. Suffice to say that the entire situation is going to end in some glorious fireworks, but first, I've got to set my pride aside in order to dig the dirt that would bring about the downfall. As always, huge props to ReddX for reading my story. Hey, I got you, fam. I promise it won't be another month before I get into the next part. Take care of yourselves out there, guys. Until next time. Well, the title for this story is pretty fitting. This is like the shift in the mindset that sets everything else into motion. You know what I mean? The first couple of stories, I'm like, oh, OP is just a regular, nerdy-seeming type dude that just wants to do the right thing. But when you corner an animal, they will bite back. And it seems like OP is learning how to bite back. Or more accurately, just trying to find his window to bite back in the best way possible. I was really hoping we could get a glimpse into Legbeard's house in this episode, but not quite yet. This was just a meeting and a drive. I swear this OP more verbose than Stephen King. But I really do like that we're taking it step by step because it puts you inside of OP's head. And once the series is all put together, it is going to be glorious. I think I said that already, but I really do like them big compilations that just come together so nicely. Although there is something to be said for action versus explanation, you know, just a bit of light criticism. At this pace, we're gonna go into like the triple digits to get this story complete, which I'm down for, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because we're really getting into the shoes, into the mindset, having things explained for us, and then, you know, part 4, everything will start rolling and get action-packed because we know what position everybody is in, or something like that. I don't want to make any presumptions. At the end of the day, I definitely appreciate you sitting down to write for us, OP. This is some beefy posts. I love when I can put just one post into a video and it fills the whole thing up. That's delicious. So thank you for putting in the legwork. I will also put in the legwork, edit, upload, narrate, etc. And with our powers combined, we're going to take over the YouTube game. At least the cringe content side of YouTube. That's my dream. I wasn't considering the implications.
Can't refuse, because of the implication.
Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part number 4, the glow up. Yeah, we glowing up. Well, we're back again. ReddX did an absolute bang-up job, as always, with narrating the third part, and I have to thank him for taking the audience of my stories from perhaps a few hundred right up into the thousands. Aw, you're making me blush. You're the man, ReddX. No, you the man, Solid Adept. Thank you for using your platform for good, and also being so damn entertaining. I don't know how else I would use my platform. I mean, I guess I could spread some bad vibes and whatnot, but I do like to think that there is a nice, soft, warm, gooey center in the middle of even the cringiest Neckbeard stories. I also wanted to say that I've received some very encouraging messages on Reddit from a lot of people this week. Hell yeah, and you got a silver award. Look at that. This is the glow up. And while I'm not inclined towards undertaking personal conversations, I do want you all to know that I am grateful, and my life is going much better these days. I never really became the social butterfly that I dreamt about being during these stories, but I've gotten to a point where I'm just fine with that. Not everyone needs to be a paragon of popularity. Ooh, paragon. But I do take your point though. Popularity is like way more stressful than it's worth most of the time. My struggles have made me who I am, and despite how difficult they were in those moments, I'm grateful for them. I hope that anyone reading or listening to this can take some solace in that. Anyways, let's get some links and a recap done, and we'll jump back into the story. Yeah, definitely identify pretty big with that as well. You know, I went through some tough things in my life. I paid my dues, but where I am currently, how could I ask for any more? So we've got part 1, the meeting, and part 1 narrated by ReddX. You put the links, buddy! Part 2 with the link, part 3 with the link. Holy hell, you are double the man. That's all I'm saying. You can also just change the last digit of the URL for the stories, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is neato. So to summarize, if you can't sit through my word salad or my endless narration, I met a Legbeard, LB, and her seemingly normal friend, THC, which stands for Thiccy Chick, while at the library. My male friend, TF, which stands for Trollface, encouraged me to go clubbing with them at a gay nightclub. I ended up freak dancing with my male best friend while the Legbeard took a video. This video would turn into the bane of my existence. I met up with her, and I was strong-armed into going to her house for
A makeover!
whatever the hell that was supposed to mean. And while I was there, I planned to dig up some dirt that might get me out of the mess that I found myself in. I love that OP's able to summarize so well, but he still decides to make the post super long. He's like, I want to go in depth. I need to get you guys into the mind of the character. Everything he does is purposeful. That's beautiful to me. So, presently, as I stood wrapped up in a welcome embrace from Thiccy Chick, the problems that had been surrounding me all day just seemed to melt away. Thiccy Chick pulled me by the hand, saying,
Come inside, OP. I've been working on getting everything set up.
uh-oh. And I complied happily, like the stupid little dog that I was. Of course. I wasn't considering the implications of what she had actually said in that moment. Legbeard also followed into the house behind us. I assume she had that weird, crooked, fake smile on her face, just like she usually seemed to whenever she wasn't actively threatening someone. So I'm already pretty wary of Legbeard. I think most people involved in this story are wary of Legbeard. But this point kind of proves that Thiccy Chick is also in on it. You know what I mean? Maybe they're like playing good cop, bad cop with the OP or something like that. I guess we'll see. This was a time before designating people as neckbeards or legbeards. I didn't even know the phrase at that time, and I only made the connection much later. But I will never forget the state of that house and how much it shocked me when I first stepped inside. The first thing that slapped me in the face was the pervasive smell. The moment the door opened, air rushed outside like it was eager to escape the confines of that place. And it was at that point that the smell grabbed me by the throat. It was overpowering in a very unique way. Now, I've heard often about the rotting food and endless garbage smells, maybe the occasional overripe fish market smell, but this, I hadn't smelled anything like this before, and I haven't smelled anything like it since. Being around Legbeard was the only time in my life, and if I smelled it again, I honestly think that it might trigger a nervous breakdown. Bro, she really fucked you up, my dude. Like, I'm actually kind of scared about what happens to OP in this house. The best way I can describe the smell is like cat piss. An ammonia smell, but with even more sour, and with an earthy streak to it. It was heavy and musty, and it felt like that scent was settling into every inch of my clothes and hair, and just making itself right at home, deep inside of my sinuses. Within moments, my breathing became shallow and stilted, but still I followed Thiccy Chick, and my horror only grew as I got a glimpse of the interior of Legbeard's house. Again, it wasn't too stereotypical, no soda cans or chip bags strewn across the floor. Instead, there were endless paper bags from every designer store that I recognized, and even a few that I didn't recognize until much later. Gucci, Coach, Louis Vuitton, Hermès, Dior, Chanel, Michael Kors. I still don't recognize some of these. It was immediately obvious to me that Legbeard was some sort of shopaholic, and the greater sin to that was that she didn't give a single damn about the things that she had bought. The bags would probably just come home from the store, get set down wherever there was a bit of clean counter or floor space, and probably never get looked at ever again. I guess this was probably her way of getting an endorphin rush when she didn't have any peers available to exploit. Yeah, she's multifaceted and horrible in every way. My slow plod came to a standstill as I surveyed the monument to capitalism gone awry that spread out before me. Thiccy Chick looked back at me quizzically as Legbeard approached and got a look at the sheer shock that was on my face.
It's awesome, isn't it? I've grown quite a collection. It's cost me a pretty penny, but I love being able to buy whatever I want and wear whatever I want.
Honestly, I was unimpressed, but I just nodded, smiled, and played the role of sympathetic enabler. Wow, that's great, I said, with as much enthusiasm as I could muster. Thiccy Chick said, "She lets me borrow whatever I want too. If you ask her really nice, she might let you borrow some of them." I raised an eyebrow, but managed to give her a wry smile. I slowly edged further into the house, following Thiccy Chick and Legbeard's lead through the thin trail that had been blazed among the forest of designer bags. Was being a compulsive shopper enough to hold over Legbeard's head as blackmail? There was no way she was able to pay for all this crap by herself, is there? I'm sure that her parents would be extremely interested to know just how much money was going into this massive and completely unused collection. But I didn't know much at all about her parents. They just might be millionaires and therefore willing participants. There was no easy way to tell what the story actually was, but like I said, I was here to do some digging. OP out here like going full CSI, crime scene investigation. Perhaps I could buddy up to Legbeard, meet her parents, and then deliver the killing blow. I let out a heavy sigh, knowing in my heart that this course of action would take a lot longer than I was willing to commit to this charade. Yeah, there's gotta be like an easier way. How decent were search engines back in like the early 2010s? I think you could have dug up some dirt. I mean, if you had a phone or computer available to you. Just head down to the library, look up Legbeard's name, and find her parents. You don't need to travel into the belly of the beast! Finally, we reached a door. Thiccy Chick opened it and led the way into what seemed to be Legbeard's bedroom. There were a variety of food containers littered amongst the fancy paper bags. Chinese takeout, some styrofoam containers, a couple of pizza boxes, and of course, the piece de resistance, a cluster of greasy McDonald's bags. These low-rent fast food bags sitting right next to a Balenciaga shopping bag. She probably ate like crap so she could afford that other, more expensive crap. It was like a metaphor for consumer culture as a whole. Another piece of symbolism that sticks with me to this day. You have certain moments that stick out in your head like a picture. Certain moments that encapsulate specific parts of your life, right? Well, this moment was one of those. It could have been a fucking modern art masterpiece. Balenciaga bag with like greasy McDonald's bag sticking out of the top. I like it. You better copyright, trademark. To be fair, the bed did look fairly nice. Floral pattern. The sheets didn't look past their prime, which meant Legbeard did do laundry, but there was still that ever-present cat piss smell. What the hell was that? Does she have a cat, OP? Where's the cat? Oh, wow. I was kind of surprised that she would bother with designer clothes and girly sheets when externally she dressed about as basic as possible. Had I possibly just met her on a weird day? Was she actually someone completely different from the person that she was presenting to me? Thiccy Chick snapped her fingers in front of my face to break my transfixation on the bed. Hey, OP, could you have a seat over here? She pulled out a stool that sat in front of a large makeup counter. I looked around to see Legbeard rummaging through a bedside table. Oh, I didn't want to play Dolly today, but I knew that I had no real choice in the matter. The best I could do, at least for now, is to just stave off the inevitable. Hey guys, before we get started, can I just go to the bathroom? I haven't really gone since last night. I've just been a little bit nervous. Thiccy Chick giggled, while Legbeard let out a grunt. Legbeard was waving a hand over her shoulder as she continued to dig through the mystery drawer.
Ugh! TMI, you weirdo! Just go! Further down the hall, second door.
I scuttled backwards out of the bedroom door and glanced down the hall. 2 doors. I would head to the bathroom, but first I needed to take a peek inside that spare room. Hesitation would be my downfall. I knew that the second Legbeard found whatever the hell she was looking for, she would surely come looking for me. You're growing with some big brass balls, OP, and I'm proud of you. I stormed forward, intent on uncovering anything that I could. Swiftly and silently, I opened the forbidden door and stuck my head inside. Compared to the rest of the house, it was pristine. The walls were covered with some kind of bohemian-style tapestries. There was a rather nice-looking white couch inside, and across from that sat a desk with a desktop computer complete with a webcam. Seemed to me like there wasn't a lot to see, but there were still some things to ponder. I quickly ducked back out of the room and wandered to the bathroom. I legitimately did need to take a piss. My mind began to whir its little machinations once more, as it seems to do. And thank God that it does. That beautiful mind of yours, OP, that's what's going to get you out of this. Why was that room spotless? Maybe Thiccy Chick stayed with Legbeard in the house. I mean, that room was really sparse. There had to be a reason that it was kept clean, while the rest of the house was in such a state of disarray. And then my mind jumped to the webcam. It seemed inconsequential to me at first, but the more I rolled it around in my mind, the more the pieces started to fall into place. She was definitely using that webcam to communicate with someone. Her parents? A boyfriend? Maybe she was just glamming it up on social media. Whatever the case, she was definitely using that room to present a mask about who she was. I'd only known her for a day, but it became obvious rather quickly that she was completely plastic. I gave my dick a quick shake, zipped, washed my hands, and headed back into the bedroom to put on a mask of my own and play nicey nice with the girls. I can only hope that they're gonna be nicey nice back to you, OP, but I don't think that's what's gonna happen. I gave a nice fake smile and said, "Oh, sorry about that," as I stepped back into the room. Thiccy Chick stood from the stool, but Legbeard remained sitting on her bed, holding an electric shaver. She motioned to the stool with it.
Took you long enough. Sit down,
she said shortly. I glared at the electric razor in her hand and shook my head slightly. Her rage returned in a flash. She stood up from the bed and raised her voice.
I said sit!
Submission. Works for dogs, works for humans. Oh, God. All right, fine. Whatever. I don't have an extreme attachment to my hair. I'll be honest, the only reason that I keep it so long is because I didn't really have enough money to cut it. God damn, I feel that. Haircut's like, what, 15, 20 bucks? Bruh. Especially as a poor college student. That ain't gonna happen. But perhaps I could use this haircut as leverage of some kind. To be clear, I wouldn't ever choose to shave all my hair off. I'd much rather get like a nice crew cut or something. But I'm sure that that isn't what Legbeard was planning. And if it meant giving me a leg up, in this situation, then I was willing to do whatever it took. God, you do have a beautiful mind, OP. You can manipulate with the best of them. Is this new to you? Legitimately? He's playing the game so well. I put on my best sad voice and said to both of them, I'm willing to let you do whatever you need to do, but can we at least negotiate on something? Like, if I let you do this and have your fun, then maybe you can set up a Facebook page for me or something. You know, for when I get a phone and stuff, so I can be like, more normal. Legbeard seemed to ponder this for a long moment, but Thiccy Chick then gave her a look. There was that telepathic communication again. Legbeard said,
That sounds reasonable, but first things first. Let's get to work.
The plan was coming to fruition. Everyone has deep, dark secrets on their computer. Everyone. I could get her parents' contact info. Tell a long-distance boyfriend that she was out clubbing with me in Trollface. The possibilities were really endless. I would ask to access my Facebook on her computer, since I really had no way to access it otherwise, and the second she gave me even just a little bit of leeway, I would do my digging and find the weapon that would be my defense and bring this situation to an end. Admittedly, not the most graceful ending, but I was determined to close this case by any means at this point. Honestly, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, and I can't think of any like deep dark secrets that would be on my computer. I mean, there's, passwords and stuff that are saved for things that I wouldn't want anybody else to have the password to. Social medias, my whole YouTube channel. I guess you could do a lot of damage if you were sitting here on my computer and had ill intent in your heart. But as for like digging for a deep dark secret, I don't know if you're gonna find it, man. You're gonna find like a lot of video files and stuff that I use to make videos. So yeah, I think that's one of the things that OP could definitely use is just passwords. Like you basically have access to everything at that point. So maybe there is a deep dark secret to find. I guess OP is a smarter guy than me. But then the question becomes, how is he gonna get a little bit of leeway? Too much speculation. Let us just read on. As the hair fell from my head, I watched myself in the mirror. My eyes were sad, but there was a slight grin. I tried unsuccessfully to wipe it away, and it didn't really matter anyways. The girls were having their own little banter over the top of my increasingly bare skull. Thiccy Chick made jokes about how Legbeard had used that razor to shave her vag. The thought made me shudder a bit. It might have been true, but I just let him get on with the free haircut, all while pretending it wasn't exactly what I wanted. The haircut finished, and Thiccy Chick ran her hands over my baldy head with a giggle.
It makes you look so manly, OP.
I smiled, and with a false stutter I asked, are you sure? Legbeard butted into the conversation.
I guess you don't look as terrible, but we still aren't done.
Thiccy Chick nodded and pulled open a drawer on the makeup counter. Again, I knew where all this was going, and I didn't like it one little bit. That's right, what else goes in the drawers of a makeup counter except for makeup? We're definitely playing Dolly today. I put my hands up in protest. Whoa, no, that is too far. Thiccy Chick rolled her eyes.
Plenty of guys wear makeup, OP. It's just meant to accentuate some of your finer features and hide blemishes. Trust me, we're gonna make you look amazing.
Well, I didn't trust Legbeard, but I made the mistake of lending my trust to Thiccy Chick. She hadn't hurt me yet, so I nodded my agreement. Legbeard said,
Turn around! I can't work with the counter right there.
So I did as instructed and faced away from the mirror. Uh-oh. Now, I've never applied makeup before. I was in a stage play once when I was 12 or 13, and they told me to apply some foundation or something so that my face wouldn't get completely washed out by the spotlights. Being a hormonal teenager, of course, I didn't comply. And the video that my mom took is the stuff of nightmares. A faceless being delivering a monologue on stage with a tiny, ethereal, shaky voice. It's like that episode of The Simpsons with Mr. Burns, where people think he's an alien. At least my mom was still even talking with me back then. I took a while to reflect on all that I might have done differently with my mother and, hell, my life in general, letting these two hens cluck at each other and get on with whatever the hell they were doing to my face. It felt like it was taking forever. At a certain point, they came at me with mascara and eyeliner. There was no way I couldn't figure that one out, as they brought what looked essentially like just a sharpened stick as close as humanly possible to my eye. This was by far the worst part. It was really a visceral sort of terror. It might have been different if I was the one holding the pencil, but I doubt that. My heart began to slam against my ribs. What if they just decided to put an eye out on accident? I was getting really close to hyperventilating at this point. I have never applied eyeliner before, and never will I have it applied again. I mean, some dudes do it, you know, work it into their look. Guy liner is a thing, but you shouldn't need to do it if you don't feel like it, OP. It seems like just a laugh or something like that, but we have to keep in mind that none of this is consensual, which does make it absolutely horrifying. It seems that they saved the worst for last, at least. I only even realized that it was over because Legbeard snapped a picture and said with a giggle,
Oh my god, OP, you look so awesome!
She didn't actually get through the word awesome before busting up into a fit of laughter. She might have been saying,
You look like such a stupid asshole!
which probably would have been more accurate. Thick Chick looked at me approvingly and told me, You should go home now, but come back tomorrow so we can make some social media profiles. I stood awkwardly, held my arms out for possibly a goodbye hug from Thick Chick, but her only response was to join Legbeard in her fit of laughter. I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt. Yeah, I thought we were just dealing with one Legbeard here, but it's turning out quite quickly that they're doubling up on you. Oh boy. I probably should have washed my face before leaving the house, but really I was just intent on getting the fuck out by any means. So I bolted to my car and took a look into the rearview mirror. Jesus H. Christ. The makeup was so thick. I looked like a deranged Bozo the Clown. The makeup ain't cheap either. They paid a lot for this humiliation, I think. At least it was over for now, but there was no way I could walk around like this. I didn't have the fortitude to walk back into the viper's nest and ask to use the bathroom again. I didn't see a hose anywhere that was readily accessible either. As a last-ditch effort, I dug through a few of the bottles that had accumulated in my car, and of course, they were all bone dry. I banged my fist on the steering wheel, cursing everyone and everything for my current predicament. I did the only thing that I really could do, and tried my best to wipe the makeup away. Little saliva on the front of my shirt, rub, rub, rub. A lot of the foundation came away, I think, and some of the blush too, but the darker colors from the lipstick, eyeliner, and eyeshadow had just gotten smeared down my cheeks. I looked like Sinead O'Connor after a hardcore gangbang. There was just no winning. Oh, Sinead O'Connor. She gets it too much. You leave her alone. I slammed the steering wheel again and just started driving. I had no idea where I was going, and I would commit sewer slide before I stopped to ask for directions looking like this. So I just kept on driving. Eventually, by some miracle, I found my way back onto the main street and made it back home. God damn, OP, how big is this housing tract? How long was you driving for? It must have felt like an eternity because of the mix of emotions that you were getting into at this point. Unfortunately, OP doesn't seem to go into that this time around, but we really do know OP well enough at this point that we can probably imagine a lot of what he's feeling. I guess he took it to heart when I said explanation versus action, but you could wax poetic here if you like. This is where I would expect it to happen based on the previous 3 stories. But yeah, OP's ego and will to live were both beaten to hell, but inside there was a kernel of hope that I would make Legbeard pay for what had happened to me. I dashed through the living room as quick as I could. My mom was there as usual, and I saw her jaw hit the floor, but I was washing my face in the bathroom before she could make words at me. It took a hell of a long time to get that makeup off with just some soap and some water, but eventually I did see my normal, stupid face. Now with a big, bald, stupid head. Upgrades, improvements. Being bald ain't such a bad look, honestly. I let out a deep sigh, composed of 50% relief and 50% resignation, Before opening the bathroom door and just trudging to my room, my mother didn't ask any questions. This was one instance that I was grateful for the silent treatment. I didn't even bother with a glass for my wine today. I just balanced the box against the wall and the headboard and opened the spigot into my mouth as was required, and finally just drank myself to sleep. Tomorrow would be a new day. For me in that moment, that wasn't necessarily a positive, but I would indeed get through it. I'd like to say, how could things get any worse? But that's exactly when things get significantly worse. I promise not to leave you guys hanging for too long before another entry. I expect to have another one ready to fire your way within the next 4 to 5 days. Ooh, time frames. Thanks, OP. It does take me a while to write these, but people seem to be invested now, and as I've said before, it does end with some fireworks. This is a story that is worth telling. Thank you guys for all the support, and an additional thanks to ReddX for narrating these tales in exactly the way I would want them read. See y'all next time. I am super sad to stand by and watch the devolution of Thiccy Chick, you know what I mean? I thought that that would be your way out, you know? Like she would be the decent one of the pair, but it seems like she's just another Legbeard, but with more of a upstanding social veneer, you know what I mean? I'm also quite concerned about the picture that Legbeard took when you had all the makeup on your face. Like, that can't be good. That basically just adds to the thing about you being a gay man, doesn't it? Like, she's building up her back catalog of evidence against you while using the evidence against you to make you do what she wants. Like, oh my god, it is such a mess. I don't think I would have gone through it all. You're definitely a more patient guy than I am, and a lot more analytical too. Like looking at a webcam, looking at the room and seeing that it's clean and extrapolating from that is where you need to be in order to uncover the dirt. That is a big brain play. I gotta be impressed. Only thing left to do now is see how the plan unfolds, but I have high hopes. OP seems to be a smart cookie, and I'm really hoping that I can hold you to 4 or 5 days because I'm hungry. I'm hungry for some Stealthbeard. Put it in my mouth. Not like that. Oh, how times had changed.
Well, well, well. How the turntables...
Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny, part number 5. Blood plus semen equals cash. The title alone sends me, dude. I don't know what's going on today. I'm a little hesitant, but okay, we'll dive into it. Oh, hey, wow. Awards on the last post? Certainly didn't expect that. You deserve it, sir. Thanks so much, guys. ReddX did a fantastic job with part 4, and I'd expect nothing less
From the Beard King himself.
Again, I thank you. I have tried very hard to paint a picture of all the characters involved. It seems to have worked, though we do still need to dig a bit more into Trollface's character as I twist his arm to help me out. Rest easy, and know that the next parts should be relatively more action-packed. Oh, I feel bad, like, calling you out and stuff like that, but you just take your time, you know what I'm saying? There's no rush on the red train, alright? I'm gonna be here. When that part comes out, even if it takes 100 parts, I'm gonna be right here. I'm seeing this through to the end. I will go ahead and spoil a little bit right here, and assure you all that yes, in this episode, I lay the groundwork to dig up the dirt that I will use to bury Legbeard. You'd think that this would be the end of the entire woeful situation, right? Well, you would be wrong about that. What? But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll get some links and a recap out of the way, and then we'll be right back into the story of Stealthbeard. Yeah, look at them links, boy! You got that narrated by ReddX link? That's my favorite part, man. I just want to click them all. You can also just change the last digit of the Reddit post URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is neato. Talk about convenience. So to summarize, if you can't sit through my word salad, I met a legbeard, LB, and her seemingly normal friend, THC, while at the library. My male friend, TF, who is Trollface, encouraged me to go clubbing with them at a gay nightclub. I ended up freak dancing with my male friend while Legbeard took a video. This video would turn into the bane of my existence. I met up with her and was strong-armed into going over to her house for a makeover, where my head was shaved and ridiculous makeup was applied, and Legbeard managed to sneak yet another photo. But luckily, she also agreed to make me a Facebook and let me use her PC. Surely, I could find some dirt on her if given half the chance. I would just need to create my opportunity. And so with that recap out of the way, we are back into the story. Yeah, I think Trollface is a pretty good tool to have on your side. It seems like Legbeard is like at least a little bit into him. I don't mean to call him a tool to like dehumanize him or anything, but essentially that's what he will be used as in this series of events, I think. Anyways, I woke up, unfortunately. I've been there, bro. After the events of yesterday, I would have liked to just stay sleeping until the heat death of the universe. The hangover didn't help. While I was tired, I was also filled with a strange mix of rage and purpose. Though my body was having trouble getting itself started up this morning, my mind was already off to the races. There was a determination like I had never felt before, burning inside of me. I'm sure a lot of gifted kids have skated through most of their life without really trying. Oh, don't come at me like this, OP. I was one of them. Yeah, I was too. It leads to complacency and a false sense of accomplishment. Bro, you really coming at me. I mean, he's not lying, but sometimes the truth hurts, okay? Once real life smacks into you with all the delicateness of a loaded freight train, hey, Ramtide would probably appreciate that, that analogy. It takes you a while to regain your balance and come to accept that your brain by itself isn't going to take you everywhere in life. Some people never regain their balance, and they fall into a pattern of blaming the world that everything isn't handed to them on a silver platter. The truth is, a gifted mind only matters when you pair it with hard work, which most gifted kids never learn because they don't need to work hard in school, which is kind of ironic, no? God damn, OP nailed that one down. I've seen so many tweets about this. They're like, yeah, I was in the gifted class when I was a kid and I don't understand why it's made me like this as an adult. And I think OP hit the nail right on the head. That's wild. I'm quite impressed with that. I'm gonna put that in my brain parts for later. I might have been drinking like a fish last night, but my brain was also thinking like not a fish. Like a brain, a really big brain. Thinking and drinking with my fish brain. But my big brain needed a pick-me-up in order to set into motion the plan that I had outlined to myself the night before. As I stood up, I took a look at my pillow. It was covered in little hairs and some makeup, presumably something that I'd missed around my ears or something like that. I really wanted to drain the contents of the wine box into my extremely dry mouth. Yeah, man, alcohol fixed that extremely dry mouth. Nothing hydrates me like a box of wine. I don't mean to give it to you, OP. That just seems kind of silly to me. It might help some life to return to my system, hair of the dog and whatnot. Not actual life, mind you, just more like a band-aid that covered up the extraordinary lack of life that I was feeling. But that sweet little band-aid would really be all that I needed to get myself through the day's events. Instead, I denied myself, and my body retaliated by forcing itself to vomit up the nothing that I had eaten. Oh, OP, don't do this to yourself, man. You gotta take care of your body so it's gonna take care of you. I was vomiting pure bile, but I had been here before. I brushed my teeth, took a shower, and steeled myself. That shower was about the only pick-me-up that I was going to get this morning. As soon as my hands stopped shaking, we could get down to business. Jesus, in college and you got fucking tremors? That's so bad. Again, I don't mean to come at you, but I gotta call it like I sees it, you know? I would like to take a moment here to say that I don't have a problem with alcoholism these days. I'm not sure that I was ever really truly an alcoholic. I just used it to find refuge when my life wasn't going the way that I wanted. I think that's what alcoholics do, OP. And my life basically wasn't going the way that I wanted during this entire story, and for many years before and after, but we'll only get into that if we really need to. As soon as my life got on track, I quit drinking basically overnight. It was a coping mechanism. But for God's sakes, don't blame the wine, okay? Guns don't kill people, and beer never drank a person to death. Prohibition just don't work, I'll tell you that much right now. Booze is wonderful stuff when used responsibly. I do still enjoy a drink these days, but nowhere near the point of excess that my younger body had to endure. I also prefer a nice scotch over the bladders of wine that served me in my college years. It definitely helps me to drink less, in volume. That's funny. But seriously, I do hope that you're not drinking yourself into oblivion. Anyways, Trollface was also a big fan of the silly juice, and I did need him for a crucial element of my plan today. But first, I needed a bit of money to get some wheels and some palms nice and greased. I'm sure you guys have been wondering how I could have possibly kept some money in my pocket when my mother was intent on hoarding every cent, right? How could I possibly have money to drink and to put gas in my car without a job? Well, are you aware how much your bodily fluids can sell for? I'd like to see a late night infomercial that just starts like that. Oh my god, OP. Don't phrase it that way ever. In the grand scheme, I mean, it really isn't that much, but you can do it pretty consistently. I had a system and I made the rounds regularly. Plasma twice a week, sperm once a week. Plasma netted around $20 per visit, but semen was the golden ticket for me at that time. I was making $50 a pop, and another $20 if some unfortunate infertile couple actually decided to select my little swimmers. You getting residuals off your cum, bro? Okay then. Those poor parents that would surely raise a disappointment. And that poor little bastard who would never know the pitiable nuts that had spawned him. I try not to think about that part too much. I needed the money, and at the time I did what I had to do. After all, my ball sack was a veritable gold mine. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there just mining for free. $90 a week can be a real lifesaver if you are in need, and I had even considered selling a kidney at one point. It sounds really crazy now to think about it, but it does show the lengths that I would go through in order to get ahead and make a life for myself after more than 2 decades of leeching off of my mother. See, he doesn't really hate his mom. He wants to do good by her and good by himself. That's why even if you did spawn a bunch of little bastards through the donation agency, I forgives you, OP. I understand needs must. The wine box was almost empty. I had given it a jiggle before deciding to sell my fluids responsibly today. You can totally lie to them and go in there drunk, but if they figured it out and I lost my ability to donate, that would be bad. I definitely need some more wine after my trip back into the Harpy's nest, and I figured it would be nice to have Trollface roll with me to the liquor store, so I picked up the house phone and gave him a call. Trollface, "Yo, St. Jude's Children's Hospital, you heard him, we heal him, physically." He said the physically part in a really creepy way. If this was the first time I'd heard that line, I probably would have laughed, but this was probably the 300th or so time, so I just rolled my eyes and said, OP, hi, Dr. Tickles. Do you have some time to roll with me to the liquor store today? Trollface, the one with the clown? Again, that seems kind of like a non sequitur, but Trollface really did have an obsession with a certain liquor store in our neck of the woods, for no other reason than it having a giant neon clown sign out front. I admit that I'm a weird dude, but Trollface was an extra weird dude. Still, he was the closest thing that I had to a friend at the time, so I put up with a lot of his, idiosyncrasies. Bro, I think I know exactly what liquor store you're talking about. It's in North Hollywood. If so, to get from my neck of the woods, Solid Adept, how do we never hang out? OP, sure, man, whatever. I just need to get me another box after the day that I had yesterday. I'll also get you a little something if you can do me a favor. Trollface, ooh, what's the favor? You looking for someone to tickle your prostate? The doctor is in. And what the hell happened yesterday? OP, 1, you're disgusting. And 2, I want to talk to you about it in person. Trollface was silent for a minute. I like to think that he was being pensive about my request, but in actuality, he was probably just scratching his butt crack. Tasks like that required a certain amount of Trollface's very limited focus. Trollface, sounds sketchy. So yeah, I'm in. I got class until like 2 p.m. or so, but, you know, come by my house anytime after 3. I said thanks and hung up quickly. There was very little time to get done all the things that I needed to do today. I crept through the living room and out the door. It was early, and my mother was still asleep. I hopped into the car and drove to the donation clinics. I find that it's a lot easier to do semen before blood. Where's my notebook? I gotta write this down. I'm not sure why that is, but I do have a wide range of theories. Like I said, I had a system. I mean, blood is what makes your pee-pee hard, so if they take too much, then you can't donate the other stuff, right? Am I close? I don't know how it works either, but I could also theorize. This was nowhere near my first rodeo, so there's not a whole lot to mention, really. A whole lot of hurry up and wait, like the military, I guess. But I basically walked in, expelled some fluids, and walked out. But most importantly, I did get paid. With my fluids drained and my pockets filled. Oh, that paints a picture. I stopped off for a little bit of food at the McDick's, which was just a ways down the street from Trollface's place. The human body really is amazing. Even though I pump mine full of nothing but garbage, it just keeps on ticking. Though I have started to feel the effects of my routine bodily abuse in later years. Even if the food was literal trash, I was glad to have eaten something. And I had now wasted enough time with the donations, mostly, and the eating, a little bit, that it was almost time to meet up with Trollface. So I drove up to Trollface's house, and sure enough, his little Hyundai was sitting right out front. His parents have specifically told me not to just honk when I'm outside. That would piss me off too, bro. Come in, okay? Pretend that you're not scared of me. Pretend that you're a human that wants to participate with my family, even if you're only here to pick up one of my children. You know what I mean? So OP complied. Submission. Works for dogs, works for humans. I think that's his line. He walked up to the front door and rang the bell. Trollface's house is pretty huge compared to the 2-bedroom, 1-bath that I shared with my mother. He's rocking at least 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms for the 3 people that live there. Pretty wild. Like me, he had no siblings, but unlike me, his parents didn't ever want to see him leave the nest. It's interesting to me how he ended up in college then, like he's just doing this for himself. Interesting. Mrs. Trollface answered the door and I stuttered out a greeting. She let me in and said that Trollface was upstairs, So I bolted up to his room and knocked on the door. He told me, "Come on in." He was lounging in a beanbag chair playing some volleyball game, which would have been a surprise if the players weren't all large-chested women hopping around in bikinis. He wasn't a sporty guy, but this was the obvious exception. Typical. He playing that Dead or Alive beach volleyball. Isn't that a game from like 2006? Is Trollface just out of the loop as far as gaming goes? I thought this took place in like early 2000s. Whatever, I ain't gonna try and poke holes into it. Maybe he just likes the classics, alright? Trollface's room was a disaster. I'm not exactly the most fastidious guy, but compared to the rat horde of candy wrappers, chip bags, and various 2-liter bottles of carbonated libations, I was definitely the Felix to his Oscar in this dynamic, and we were certainly an odd couple. Bro, that's like a 50s reference. How old are you again, OP? What's going on here? Maybe he just watches a lot of Nick at Night or something. Trollface and I never hung out much in high school. He was busy playing the fool and trying to get the attention of any girl who would give him the time of day, while I mostly kept to myself and did, typical nerd things. He did talk with me every now and again. He tried to get me out of my shell, and a younger, prouder me refused the help. Oh, how times had changed. Now I was begging for the help to get out of the rut that I found myself in. The fact that we were now regularly brushing shoulders at college was mostly a matter of convenience for both of us. But in a strange way, I was indeed grateful for his companionship. Yeah, like I always say, man, you just need a couple of good friends. 1, 2, 3, that's about the limit. As long as they're good people that you can actually hang around and vibe with, ain't nothing wrong with that. I also understand not wanting to go with him in high school. A lot of extroverts kind of adopt an introvert and treat him like a pet project. Not like a horrible pet project like Stealthbeard does, but, it's not fun to be somebody else's pet no matter what their intentions actually are. Although I did adopt an introvert in high school, and he's still hanging out in my Discord server, so that's pretty cool. We are good friends. But anyways, OP starts off with, "You live like a pig." Trollface stood up with a great deal of effort from the beanbag chair and said, "Whoa, dude, your hair, or rather, your egghead, looks like shit. What a statement." Anyways, better to live like a pig than to look like one. He looked at his watch, and with a puzzled face, he said, "You're like 10 minutes early. OP, I was gonna wait for you, but I saw your car was out front." Trollface smiled sheepishly and stated, "I've actually been home since noon. I just needed some time to kick back and, polish my knob before we go down the clown." That is so forward. I rolled my eyes. Again, typical. You don't want to touch his Xbox controller, I'll tell you that much. That thing is probably nasty. OP, so has the poison been extracted? Can we safely get on the road? Trollface, "Oh, look, we can't all turn cum into gold, getting paid to bust into a cup every week. A tube sock will have to do, but yeah, sure. Let's get our drink on, King Midas." King Midas. Trollface shouted, "Bye, Ma," as we exited the house. His mom just said, "Bye, sweetie." She didn't ask questions. That's mostly because she trusted her perfect little angel. My mom didn't ask questions either, but mostly because she truly did not give a single shit at this point. We loaded into my car, and I buckled Trollface's seatbelt. He refused to do it, stating something about, a nanny state. Well, I would be perfectly happy to let him fly out of the front windshield during a potential crash. I couldn't afford the ticket, which was a much more likely outcome. So whatever, I would be his nanny. I guess baby Trollface preferred a nanny friend to a nanny state. If you haven't picked it up by now, dude really is sort of an entitled brat. He smothers it with humor, but if you look at the situation objectively, it could not be more obvious. So with my young ward all safely buckled, I would never buckle my friend's seatbelt. I'd sit there, I'd be like, we're not going anywhere until you buckle it. Otherwise, you can drive in your own car with no seatbelt and you can eat that ticket. It becomes a battle of wills at that point. So with my young ward all safely buckled, we were finally off. I told him all about the sordid tale, about the video and what had happened to me yesterday. For once, he didn't have a whole lot to say. He was just sitting there, staring at his hands. It looked like he was in deep thought, which I thought was a rather impressive accomplishment. Once I wrapped my little story up and explained why I was forced to play along with Legbeard, all he had to say was, "God damn, I didn't think it was that serious." Well, it is, I stated bluntly. He looked over at me with pleading eyes. "It's my fault." Jesus, was this empathy? Responsibility? Who are you? And what the hell have you done with the real troll face? Maybe this was the real troll face. Maybe he's deeper than I thought. And I would find out in the years to come that he was in fact very introspective and largely used his humor as a mask to cover up things that he was personally unhappy with. I glanced over at him. It was a quick look, but in that moment, I thought I saw his eyes welling up with tears. I wanted to avoid a meltdown, so I reassured him with the truth. Damn, maybe Trollface is more in touch with his emotions than OP is. The truth is, not everybody's like, a one-dimensional cutout. Dude definitely does have some depth to him, as most people do. Like, here's what he presents to the world, and then this other person is who he actually is underneath that. You know what I mean? It's really interesting. Anyways, OP said, "Listen, none of this is your fault. You can't blame yourself for someone who took advantage of what was just supposed to be a fun moment. I could blame myself for going. I could blame my mother for being a raging homophobe. I could blame the freaking alarm clock for waking me up to go study with you the other day, but none of that would be true. It is one person's fault, and I am going to make her pay. I just need you to help me. Just say the word, man. I'm listening." His sudden shift into seriousness was weirding me out a little bit, but I was grateful that I didn't have to fight through his normally sarcastic armor in order to get the message through. We pulled up at Circus Liquor. Hey, it is Circus Liquor in North Hollywood. I know where this is. I seen that clown. Never been inside, but I drove by when I was going to stand-up gigs and shit. Pretty cool. Small world. As we browsed the bottles, I told Trollface all about my little scheme. We only had a couple of hours to get everything into place and spring the trap. I knew that Legbeard was really into Trollface. If he simply showed up at just the right time, then I would buy myself plenty of time to go rummaging through bookmarks, internet history, social media, whatever else I could find. There were just still a few problems that needed to get sorted. The first was timing. I had no earthly idea how long it would take to make a Facebook and whatever accounts they were considering creating. The second was location. In my distress, I didn't make a clear note of where I was going while leaving, and my mind was wandering too much when we arrived, so essentially I still had no clue where her house was, despite having been there before. The third and final hurdle was purpose. Why the hell would Trollface show up at Legbeard's house? So I buy the first one, OP's never made a social media, so he doesn't really know how involved it is. The second one, location, I'm bad with directions too, bro. The third one, why would he show up? Because he wanted to. I thought we were friends, bro. While I spouted all of these problems, Trollface was just standing there, watching me fret. That sly smirk had returned to his face. I asked what he could possibly be smiling about at the 0 hour, and he just shook his head. You think too much, bro. Just buy me this vodka, and I promise it'll all work out. Trollface practically sung. I promise it'll all work out. It was a $40 bottle of Grey Goose. I sighed heavily. That overpriced swill? Come on, dude. That's breaking the bank. The The swill talk coming from a dude who drinks boxed wine kills me. But at least boxed wine is cheap, you know. Grey Goose, yeah, it's just some generic ass vodka that comes in a fancy bottle. But whatever, buy the boy what he wants. He started tossing the bottle back and forth between his hands. Help doesn't come cheap. Do not drop that fucking thing, I said icily. Well, it's good to see that his episode of seriousness wasn't anything terminal. Trollface was back to his antics, which, while slightly irritating, was actually a huge relief. I nodded and pointed to the checkout counter. I started calculating the less than $5 a day I would have to see me through to my next donation, and how I could possibly make it stretch that far. Rice, beans, and pasta, mostly. That's good broke food, I'ma tell you. Lived on it for years. We checked out, and I handed over the bills that I had literally bled for. But if Trollface did have a master plan that would set me free, then this would all be worth it. We got piled back into the car, and I looked over at him quizzically. Where to now? I asked. We need to get back to your house and call Legbeard, he stated, very matter-of-factly. I thought about where he was going with all this, and it would solve at least 2 out of our 3 hurdles. I could simply ask where her house was, give a copy of those directions to Trollface, ask how long our little get-together might take, since I might have to clear my schedule if I was kept past such and such time. I nodded and explained my line of thinking to Trollface, and he just smiled that sneaky fox grin. I prodded him some more. We still don't have a reason for you to show up at her house, though. Trollface raised an eyebrow as he looked over at me. I think you underestimate my natural animal magnetism, he said, thrusting his hips against the seatbelt that I once again buckled for him. Haven't you ever heard about the Trojan horse? King Midas? Trojan horse? I'll tell you this, I think Trollface is deeper than he seems. He's quite a brainy boy, despite him not wanting people to know it. Unfortunately, I am about out of time for today. Once again, my wordy nature is my downfall. But I did set out to unveil a bit more about Trollface, and I think I succeeded in that. He does have an amazing character arc as well, which I might get into one of these days. Part 4 featured Legbeard with no Trollface. Part 5 features Trollface with no Legbeard, but rest assured that in Part 6, they will both be taking center stage. I hope that you guys have been enjoying the story so far. I've been asked how difficult this series is for me to write, and I'll be honest, it's getting easier as we go. I've been in therapy, and I've overcome a lot of the ugliness that this experience brought with it, but we aren't really even into the darkest depths quite yet. But again, I'll try not to skip ahead too much. Thanks as always to ReddX for creating awesome content, and to everyone else for all the kind words and encouragement. I will be back before you know it, but until then, be well. Well, I do kind of agree with Trollface that OP is a bit of an overthinker, but a lot of that does come with being an introvert, you know what I mean? I have grown more introverted as the years have gone on, and yeah, probably one of the biggest downfalls to being an introvert is just how much thinking, how much alone time I have to just be alone with my own thoughts. And that can be a scary thing from time to time. It's also pretty helpful, but yeah, every once in a while I just gotta run something by my wife and she's like, here's a really easy solution. And I'm like, oh, duh. Why didn't I think of that? So I think Trollface is probably going to come up with the most obvious answer. And while I was skeptical about him in the first and second episode, I do identify with him quite a bit more now, which is impressive, you know? In one story, things have gone from like, oh, I think he's just a jerk like the rest of them, into, wow, he really wants to take responsibility for his actions and be a good person and make this whole situation better in any way that he can. And god damn if I don't respect that. Like, he seems to be a really good dude. And I also really like his jokey nature, you know? I can really vibe with that. So yeah, definitely a good friend to have around. And it sounds like OP has continued his friendship with Trollface even far into the future after this, which That's pretty cool as well. I would like to hear about Trollface's origin story and stuff like that, but first we'll have to get through the whole story of Stealthbeard, and perhaps Trollface will unveil some more mysterious knowledge that he has. I'm pretty shocked that goofy dude like this would know about like King Midas, Trojan horse. He's got like a lot of historical references and stuff like that, which kind of throws me for a loop if I'm completely honest. But yeah, like I said, people aren't just cardboard cutouts, you know? Still waters run deep, yes, but also sometimes bubbling waters that can't keep themselves still seem to run deep too. So very cool. I hope to hear a lot more about Trollface in the next episode. Hopefully OP is able to bring it to this Legbeard, but he said at the beginning that even once the Legbeard is taken down, there's more to it. So that makes me a little bit curious as to what's actually going on in this story, but I guess we shall find out in one of the parts to come. Drugging the woman that I was interested in was just a rather convenient time-saving device.
So basically what this is just a rather efficient time-saving device.
Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of ultimate destiny. Part number 6, the unkindest kind of cavalry. Oh, I like that alliteration. That's good stuff. ReddX sent me a message asking if I was okay. I did. The answer to that is complicated, but I'm just gonna say, yeah, sure, for the sake of simplicity. Dude, I legitimately do hope things are alright with you. I know it's a crazy time in the world, and if you do need help, don't be afraid to reach out to me. I'll help you in any way that I can. I'm very sorry for making you guys wait so long for the next entry, as this is where things start to heat up pretty significantly, and it's a hard thing for me to encourage myself to sit down and spend hours reliving this point of my life. Judging by the comments I've seen and the messages that I've received, it's something that I can't simply drop and walk away from, or rather, I shouldn't do that because folks really do deserve some closure regarding my journey through this hellhole. So we shall continue the tale today after a swarm of links and plugs. And it is quite a literal swarm. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, wow, Part 4, Part 5, and all narrated by ReddX links. That is absolutely beautiful. You can also just change the last digit of the URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is neato. So to summarize, if you missed the past episodes, which are linked in the description, or if you simply can't sit through OP's word salad, I met a Legbeard, LB, and her seemingly normal friend, THC, which stands for Thiccy Chick, while at the library. My male friend, TF, Trollface, encouraged me to go clubbing with them at a gay nightclub. I ended up freak dancing with my male friend, while the Legbeard took a video. I met up with her and was strong-armed into going to her house for a makeover. My head was shaved, ridiculous makeup was applied, and Legbeard snuck yet another photo. But she also agreed to make me a Facebook and let me use her PC. Surely, I could find some dirt on her if given the chance. I just need to create my opportunity. So I called in Trollface for the assist, got some money and some booze together, and we plotted our plan for the destruction of this Legbeard. And now on to current events. With our booze freshly in hand, we drove back to my house to call Legbeard and set the wheels of our karmic millstone spinning. Soon Legbeard would be crushed into a fine powder, and I would smile happily as I pissed on her remains. Jesus. Trollface and I chatted about girls and games and nothing in particular, and before we knew it, we were back at my house. Trollface popped the car door open in a flash and bounded towards my house like the goofy puppy man that he always seemed to be. I strolled slowly behind him, my mind still rolling about how exactly all of this could possibly work out in my favor. Trollface has been told long ago to never knock on my front door. My mom just hated to get up and distract herself from whatever TV program or randomly selected penis that she was currently engrossed in, or was currently engrossed in her, if we're going the other way with it. Ugh. God damn. You don't gotta phrase it like that. What's going on here? My one and only friend was just bouncing in place slightly on the porch, obviously still full of his puppy energy, the bottle of Grey Goose clutched in his hands like his favorite chew toy. I opened the door and entered. It was late afternoon, and my mother was at her usual perch on the couch. She scowled until she saw the bottle that Trollface was holding. And only then did she invite him to come sit down. That predator smile on her lips the whole time. And if you're wondering what kind of predator, you probably do already know. It was a cougar. God, your mom's a cougar, bro? Oh, she's gonna bang your best friend. That's bad news bears. I tugged at Trollface, trying to swing him out of danger's manicured clutches. Mother, Trollface is just stopping by to help me out. We'll be out of your hair in a minute, I pleaded. She stood and laid a hand on Trollface as well. Her cold eyes were now boring their way into my soul. It would be rude not to sit and talk a while. Perhaps he could help me out too. I'm sure he's a young man with many talents. She purred hornily. Hornily. What an adjective. This isn't the first time that my mother has tried to put the moves on one of my friends. It probably wouldn't be the last time either. I rolled my eyes and just walked off towards the telephone to call Legbeard. Trollface called after me, "Don't worry about us, bro. We're just gonna have a drink or two." I seethed internally. Cool. Yeah, whatever. Pre-game with my goblin of a mother, you stupid puppy dick. Just go ahead. Red rocket all over the fucking living room couch. I think you've forgotten the goddamn mission already. After a single glance of some menopausal pussy. Ugh. Useless. I jabbed at the caller ID with the force of 1,000,000 exploding suns, damn near knocking it from the wall, while I scrolled back to find what I thought might be Legbeard's number. I still had the mission in plain view. We were doing this shit. I'd drag Trollface over there by his goddamn hair if that's what it took. What a shift. In the last episode, I'm pretty sure we had like a good view of Trollface, but OP's just like swip swapping back and forth, seemingly based on a whim. Although I guess I would be pretty upset too if my friend was like about to bang my mom. The line rung a few times too many, and finally I heard that familiar voice that I had grown to hate so very much. To summarize, I got directions, got told that creating social media profiles would take, quote,
As long as it took,
unquote, was called an
idiot and stupid and ugly,
while she insisted that she was
only trying to help me reach my full potential.
classic negging, the whole rigmarole. Before I hung up, I told her that Trollface said that he wanted to come by later, once he was done doing such and such for his parents. All the while, my fucking idiot friend is cackling in the background with my mother. But Legbeard, luckily, didn't notice. She seemed a bit flustered that her crush would possibly find his way to her house. She scrambled to find the right words, while I just said, "Okay, see you soon, bye," and hung up. It really felt like I was in the driver's seat now. That's right, take your power back. I was beaming as I walked back into the living room, until I saw what the hell was going on in there. Trollface had his sleeve rolled up. My mom was rubbing his bicep and gulping down vodka like a horny teenager. It made me sick. I clapped my hands loudly to snap her out of her drunken shamelessness. My mom shot daggers at me, while Trollface simply raised an eyebrow quizzically. Trollface said, "So did you talk to her?" I nodded and said, "Let's get on the road." My mom squealed that Trollface should stay just a little bit longer. Trollface stood, peeling my mother's hands from his bicep as he said, "No can do. I got, a date." More whining. I bet I can make you forget all about that floozy. Floozy. Such an old people word. I'm surprised you didn't call her a strumpet. That strumpet. She huffed and puffed all of this out while trying to gather up her sagging tits and mush them into something more presentable.
God damn.
Oh, Pete, don't hold back, man. Holy hell. Trollface and I both stood, stunned for a second, glancing at each other and just soaking in the irony of that statement. I bolted towards the door, and Trollface said a quick, maybe another time, while dipping out with me and speed-walking towards the car. As I buckled the seatbelt of my man-child puppy friend, I gave him a pleading look. Don't bang my mom, dude. He let out one of the hardest laughs that I have ever heard. When his laughing finally calmed a bit, he punctuated the giggle fit with a simple, oh, gross. So classic. That was good enough for me, I guess. I punched the gas and headed back to Trollface's house while telling him the plan. I knew that Legbeard would make the social media creation as difficult as possible, but the profiles were never really my real goal. I just needed to get Legbeard away from her computer and give myself some time to dig around for whatever the hell it was that I was supposed to be looking for. I told him to hang back for like an hour or two and then pop up whenever he figured that we might be done making said profiles. Trollface nodded and asked, "Do you think this shit's actually gonna work?" I shrugged and said, "It has to." Then he popped out of the car and I rolled onward to meet my destiny. My only salvation resting on the shoulders of a literal horn dog. I knocked at Legbeard's door for a solid couple of minutes. She had confirmed to me that she would be home, so what the hell was going on? Was she just playing games with me? Just then the door flung open. That acrid, sour cat urine smell slapped me in the face as she said something along the lines of,
Ugh, finally! Thick Chick got so bored fucking waiting for you that she fell asleep. Literally.
I just grunted at her as I entered. I didn't care about anything except the mission at hand. The house did look different, though. It was clear that she had made an effort to make things more presentable. Definitely not on my account. She was probably nesting. Excited that I had mentioned Trollface coming over later? Might have been cute if she wasn't such a wretched harpy. A harpy's a bird lady, and she's nesting. It all makes sense. I reminded myself to paste the fake friend smile back on my face and said, "Wow, I really like what you've done with the place." She returned the grunt that I delivered her earlier and said,
I don't care what you think.
Bitch. Before heading down the hallway and heading into the mystery room that I had taken a peek inside of yesterday. I followed her in and feigned surprise. "Wow, you have been really cleaning up, huh?" She let out a laugh and shrugged.
Well, I've got to keep my office clean. It makes for a good headspace for work.
I decided to press my luck a little bit. "So, you work from home? That's cool. What is it that you do?" She stared at me for just a second too long before blurting out,
I work from home. Shut the fuck up. Let's get your dumb ass online.
She plopped her scarecrow-like frame down into the desk chair and navigated to Facebook. She proceeded to ask me a series of questions: birth date, high school, friendships, most of which I lied about through my teeth. There was no way that I would let her get any more leverage on me than she had already. When the time came for a profile picture, she pulled out her phone. I protested. "Oh, nah, I don't really need a profile picture." She shook her head.
I took one for you yesterday. Don't you remember?
My heart dropped through the floor. I knew exactly the photo that she was talking about. The fucking makeover photo. My stupid face, slathered with makeup, head shaved balder than the day that I was born. Yeah, she was proceeding to tighten her grip. This had not been an act of generosity after all. I truly should have known better. Snakes don't know how to do anything other than be snakes. God damn, dude, she really is a mastermind. I wouldn't have seen that coming at all either. I thought it was just like another thing to keep as a memory or something like that, but yeah, she had a plan for it the whole time. Fucking wild. I watched with horror as she uploaded the picture as the profile, and right afterwards, she sent a friend request to my mom, who she had searched out a few episodes ago. The clock in the corner told me that it was after 7 p.m. Perhaps my mom would be too occupied to see the cursed photo before I could do something about it. I clenched my teeth and asked if I could try navigating the site and finding some old friends. Well, she wasn't having it. She started asking me what their names were. Jesus, this plan was going off the rails really fast. She definitely ain't as dumb as she looks, OP. You thought she was playing softball? Nah. It's fastballs all day, every day. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The cavalry had finally arrived. Legbeard dragged me along with her to answer it, and there stood Trollface, bottle of Grey Goose held up in an almost model-esque pose, and a big dumb smile on his face. I had never been so happy to see him, or that big dumb smile. Legbeard seemed very excited as well. She leapt towards him, cooing about
how she missed him so much.
I made the gag me face right behind her back, and Trollface gave me a sly wink over her shoulder. Trollface scraped her arms off of him and handed her the bottle. Oh, you ready to get fucked up? She didn't answer directly, instead taking a long slug of straight vodka. I have to give Trollface credit. I was pretty sure that he had planned this entire thing out. On the surface, he seemed more shallow than a wet sidewalk, but there turned out to be a lot of hidden depth, as I would later come to find out. Legbeard called for Trollface to come inside, while she headed to the kitchen to grab some glasses, babbling the entire time like a nervous schoolgirl. She definitely is crushing on this dude. Trollface has to be like an attractive fellow, right? I don't know if we got like a super good description of him, but it seems like everyone wants the D from old Trollface. She said,
We really shouldn't drink from the bottle like a couple of heathens. I usually prefer rum and coke, but I think there's some juice in the fridge.
She snapped her fingers at me.
OP, be a darling and grab the orange juice so we can have a proper drink.
I did as requested, my head spinning the entire time. How could she swap so easily from evil bitch to Stepford wife, just like that? Her fridge was pristine and well stocked, a nice supply of anything that you could desire, including a couple of cartons of orange juice. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that, considering like all the designer bags and other shit she has laying around. It is weird that she manages to stay skinny with a fridge full of food. But maybe Thiccy Chick is consuming some of that. She seems to be over there all the time, from what I could tell. All this food in the fridge was a far cry from the barren offerings in the refrigerator at my own home. I handed Legbeard a carton. Legbeard set out 4 glasses and told me to
continue being a sweetheart and go wake up Thiccy Chick.
I went to Legbeard's room and slowly opened the door. Thiccy Chick was definitely asleep, snoring. That sounded like a tin roof getting ripped off a trailer park carport in a hurricane. I still found it slightly endearing, though. I sat on the bed and gently shook her awake. She seemed shocked, but when I asked her to come to the kitchen for vodka and orange juice, "It's called a screwdriver, Baldy," she practically sung as she ran a hand over my head. Again, I was stuck in the moment. As upset as I had been with her yesterday, one touch washed all of that away. It was her superpower. She rolled out of bed and headed to the kitchen, beckoning for me to follow, and I obeyed because now I was the stupid little puppy. Legbeard and Trollface were already a couple of rounds ahead, but I encouraged Thick Chick to play catch-up. I'd need to get them nice and soused up. I mean, it was a big-ass bottle of vodka, but the only question was, would it be enough? Especially after Trollface shared some with Mom. How much did they drink then? I know Thiccy Chick's not of legal drinking age, so it would probably be pretty easy to get her like drunk and passed out. But Legbeard seems to drink quite a little bit, so how can you really guarantee that a quarter or even a third of a bottle of vodka would be enough to get her in the state to just let you have free reign in her house? It's complicated. Would it be enough indeed? Only time would tell. A few hours in, I was sitting with Thick Chick in the bedroom while Legbeard and Trollface cackled like a couple of hyenas in the living room. The hyena thing is exceptionally accurate in this case, since female hyenas do lead the pack, and they also have giant pseudo-cocks. We get a little Animal Planet in this episode. Female hyenas are also exceptionally cruel to male hyenas. I ruminated on that thought for a moment before leaving Thick Chick to go fetch some more refills. Legbeard was definitely tipsy, leaning over the arm of the sofa far more than she should have been at this point. Trollface hopped up as he saw me. "Oh, bro, let me help you out there," as he followed me into the kitchen. "You fix your drink? Let me take care of your lady love," he insisted. I didn't think anything of it until I grabbed the glasses to bring them back into the bedroom. Trollface put a hand on my shoulder and whispered into my ear, "Don't you dare mix them up," before chuckling his way back to the sofa and wrapping Legbeard under one arm, shaking her a bit and pointing at her limp form like it was just the funniest thing in the world. Oh god. This is Trollface's insurance policy? Fucking Rohypnol? Bruh, that can't be illegal, right? Holy shit. I knew instantly what he had done. Suddenly I knew why he offered to help me make the drink. So now, I had quite the moral quandary. The right thing to do would be go dump the drink out, wash the glass, and make Thick Chick something that was untainted. But who's to say that she would actually get drunk enough to let me slip away and get to Legbeard's computer? People don't die from roofies, right? So, when you really think about it, drugging the woman that I was interested in was just a rather convenient time-saving device.
God damn it.
The mental gymnastics here. Holy shit. That's what I like most about these stories. Solid Adept really puts you like inside of his own head. Instead of just like a dispassionate series of events, he's like, well, here's why. Here's my thought process behind what I did. Anyways, an older and wiser me knows that people can definitely die from roofies. And I have a lot of regrets about what I did. I played dumb. I decided not to mix the drinks up, but I also decided just not to consider what I had been told by Trollface too deeply. I walked in, handed Thick Chick her drink, and continued the inane conversation about the type of dog that she wanted to get or something like that. It only took about 30 minutes. Suddenly, Thiccy Chick said she was tired and laid down on the bed. You're gonna be real tired in another 30 minutes. She also said that she was having some trouble breathing. Oh shit. My mind was fucking racing. But I assured her that, yeah, it was just the booze. And I told her that she should sleep it off. I drink vodka all the time. This one's just so strong. Just stay with me, OP. I told her that I would. And again, I lied through my goddamn teeth. As soon as she was unconscious, I slipped away and took a peek into the living room. Trollface was still sitting with an arm around Legbeard. He shot me a thumbs up and another quick wink. God, how do I go from like loving Trollface to hating him back to loving him so quickly? I guess I could see where OP's coming from. He's hard to love, but he's harder to hate. I wanted to go slap the shit out of him. I wanted to ask him, what the hell could possibly be wrong with him? The attempt to get out of some simple blackmail could now easily turn into a fucking murder charge. If I thought my life was the shambles before, just wait until I got put behind bars because Thiccy Chick or Legbeard's nervous system just shut itself off or some shit. I pushed down the sickness in my gut and I shoved the fear into the back of my brain. I had already done the unthinkable. We had already come this far, so I might as well get the goddamn plan over with. I sat down in the chair, deleted the cursed profile picture on my Facebook before logging out of it completely, and then I began the search. I had all the time that I needed at this point, but I still felt myself rushing simply because I did not want to be in this situation anymore. The quicker I could go home and just scrub the memory of what I had just done, the better. Yeah, this is like crimes on top of crimes, man. You're getting way in over your head at this point, OP. I'm glad you still have like a conscience about it, a bit of morals shining through, but holy shit, man. Thiccy Chick was young. She probably would have passed out anyways, even if it was just straight vodka. Legbeard, I don't feel so bad about. She's sort of a bitch, but really nobody deserves to get rohypnoled. What the fuck? With haste, I logged into Legbeard's Facebook profile. I made a quick mental note of some contacts, including who I thought might be her parents. It didn't seem like she talked to them too much, through Facebook at least, so I decided to move on. Digging through bookmarks, it didn't seem like there was too much of note. A shitload of shopping sites, Pinterest crap, Tumblr trash, Reddit garbage. Shout out to r/female dating strategy. Oh my god, Legbeard actually hanging out on r/female dating strategy? Confirmed. That's wild. That's wild. There was also some banking stuff, but I didn't want to turn this into a guaranteed larceny if it somehow didn't manage to turn into a potential fucking murder. Jesus Christ. It's getting so heavy. Even the internet history didn't return anything that looked out of sorts. There really was nothing that I could use here. I looked under the keyboard for a hidden password paper like my mom used to use, and then I opened up one of the table's drawers. Silicone dicks. Silicone dicks everywhere, along with a menagerie of butt plugs and vibrators and anal beads and so much more. Why would she keep them here instead of in the bedroom? And that is the moment when it clicked for me. The camera, the clean room, the sex toy bonanza. I quickly started searching for cam sites. I began clicking furiously through the results until finally I came to a page which already had a user logged in. She was a cam girl. I think some people called this already, but the way that it was uncovered is interesting. I would have just assumed it's in the browser history or something. Or maybe OP didn't quite know what he was looking for in the browser history, since he doesn't have a phone or computer of his own at this point. But yeah, I won't reveal the site or her username, but it is a big website. And looking through the dashboard, it seemed like she was making a mint by selling her coos virtually. Paired with the name of her parents, I knew that I had the firepower to turn the tables. But just to ensure that the destruction wasn't mutual, I deleted the entire contents of every folder that I could find. Videos, pictures, downloads. If she had a copy of the big club and video here somewhere, it was recycled forever now. I mean, honestly, you probably just could have deleted the video to begin with, but now it's like blackmail for blackmail. Please don't blackmail the Legbeard OP. You already roofied a chick. You know blackmail's super illegal too, okay? I'm gonna like you a lot less if you fucking do that. I walked out into the living room. Trollface was there, still rocking his little scarecrow girl back and forth. I dug into her pocket for her cell phone. These were the days of flip phones, and nobody put a lock on them. Even if I needed biometrics, she was passed out cold. I found the video and the picture that haunted me so, deleted them both, and tossed the phone into Legbeard's lap. With a deep sigh, I said to Trollface, let's get the fuck out of here. He snatched a bottle of goose from the kitchen and followed me out to the driveway. There were indeed still a lot of twists and turns to come, and while I was still fuming at Trollface for taking the situation as far as he did, in that moment I felt that my misery might finally be at an end. I was very wrong about that, as you shall find out. I promise I won't take too long to get it out. This was probably the hardest part to write because I still feel really guilty about what I did. But I tried to let you know from the beginning of these posts that I am no saint. The situation turned me into something terrible for a time. I promise that you won't feel too bad for these girls for too long though. The next part is gonna be another doozy. Anyways, as always, I want to thank y'all for reading, and I'll see you next time. Bro, that is super fucking wild. I don't know if you can point the finger at Trollface 100%. Like, okay, he offered you the bullet, but you went into the bedroom and pulled the trigger. And Thiccy Chick is just kind of a girl that was caught in the crossfire, isn't she? I don't know, man. I can see why OP was hesitant to get this one out because it's really not a good look. As long as you don't end up blackmailing this Legbeard in the next part, just as like turnabout revenge, I guess it's sort of redeemable what you did. Maybe keep the blackmail as a little insurance policy or something like that, but yeah, this is all so fucking illegal. Blackmail and drugging chicks and blackmailing because of blackmail. What's the statute of limitations on that? Well, OP's from California. Offenses punishable by death or life imprisonment, numerous sex crimes. Those have no statutes of limitations, which I don't think those qualify. Offenses punishable by 8 years or more in prison, 6-year statute of limitations. So we are past that already since OP said this took place in 2004 or 2005. I don't know if you already knew that and that's why you're only posting it now, but goddamn, dude. My view of OP has changed quite a lot since the beginning, but like he said, he did warn us that he turned basically into an animal to get out of this situation. So I'm looking forward to the next part. I hope it doesn't go the way that I think it's gonna go, because the situation does seem to me to be over now, but apparently that's not the case. So we will be awaiting part 7. I do thank you for writing it, OP, and for staying honest with us. This is the sort of thing where there really is no black and white, you know what I mean? Like, a shitty thing happened to you, so you did a shitty thing to the person, but eye for an eye kind of makes the whole world go blind, doesn't it? So hopefully you could just let it drop, but I guess we'll see. Preparations A through G have failed. We now prepare ourselves with Preparation H.
Which we shall call Preparation H.
Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part 7. The Slipping of the Mask. This is the ultimate Legbeard of ultimate destiny.
This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny.
ReddX, I apologize for the wait. You good, dude. But the dude truly is a real one for lending me a couple hundred in September. Bro, hope that my wife never finds this fucking video. I don't need recognition. I just need to know that you're okay. It's been a rough couple months in my industry. I mean, the truth is, I put your videos up, you wrote this giant story, and I go and monetize it. So you need a few bills? Just let me know, dude. I got your back, for real. We go 50-50, same as I do with Ramtide. Anyways, to everyone else reading these stories, I do understand any ill will that was generated by the previous part of my story. I did the only thing that I could think of to get out of a bad situation, and I did try to preface it as such, but if people want to paint me as a bad person because of it, then so be it. Yeah, there was a lot of ill will. When that story dropped in the Discord, boy, everybody's fucking biting back like, oh my god, what a trash human, I'm never watching this saga again. I'm like, well, I mean, he did do the only thing that he could do. What do? Kick back and let this Legbeard abuse you for the rest of time? I mean, I don't know if I would have drugged her, but maybe some light breaking and entering or something while she's at class. I don't know. I probably would have broken the law any way that I went about it. Anyways, I truly believe that I'm not a bad person, just a desperate man that was in a desperate situation. Outrage culture is everywhere, but I decided to stand against the tide and lay out the truth, blemishes and all. The truth is, we all make mistakes. I have to wonder how people will feel once the actual truth about everything is brought out into the cold light of day. What I can say is, don't pass judgment too quickly. You might be in for a surprise. I'm not 100% sure how outrage culture fits into all this, especially since these stories are largely anonymous. OP has posted like nothing else on their Reddit account aside from these stories, so I wouldn't exactly call it standing against the tide, but you good, bro. It's a thing that we point out. Cancel culture largely has seen a lot of backlash recently, so I don't know if we could still necessarily say that it's everywhere, but it is definitely still a thing. Anyways, we've got Link Swarm here. Part 1, ooh. Part 2, yeah. Part 3, yay. Part 5, ooh. I missed Part 4, dang. And then Part 6 is our most recent one with the big bad event that happened. You can also just change the last digit of the URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is pretty neato. You know what else is pretty neato? I've got all those links in the description. You can't change any of the digits. You have to click the link, and it will paste it exactly for you in the browser. It's not the most convenient system, but it's what we got here on YouTube. We ain't as lucky as you Reddit kids. God damn it. So to summarize, if you can't sit through OP's word salad or my audio salad, I guess, with those links in the description, basically, OP went clubbing with a Legbeard, LB, and her friend THC, which stands for Thiccy Chick. He freak danced on a male friend, that's Trollface. A video was taken and used as blackmail. My head was shaved, makeup was applied, another picture was taken. I came back the next day under the guise of setting up some social media accounts. My friend roofied the Legbeard and slipped some into the drink of the Legbeard's friend. They both passed out. I found out that Legbeard was a cam girl. To assure that she didn't opt for mutual destruction, I deleted most of the contents of her computer and phone. It seemed like that should end things, but the turns would only get twistier, so strap yourselves in. Fuckle your seatbelts, as they say in Guitar Beard. I've been waiting for this one, man. How does it possibly continue? I guess vengeance or something like that. But Trollface and I parted ways the moment that we left that house. He tried to offer some encouraging words, but I just put my hand up and got into the car. He had taken things too far, but to be fair, I didn't stop it either. We were both guilty, and now was not the time to stand around and ruminate about the whole situation. I thought that I was finally free. This should have felt like a glorious shower of victory champagne, but those tiny bubbles turned to ash in my mouth. There would be fallout. I couldn't gauge exactly what the damage would be, but I knew that I would need to play stupid. Even more stupid than I already had. God damn, I miss this writing style. I'm telling you, this is just beautiful stuff going on right here. I wanted to go in my room and just drink and drink until I passed out. But the moment that I got home, the phone was ringing off the hook. My mother was presumably passed out in her room. Who could be calling this late? Then my blood froze. Was it Legbeard or Thiccy Chick? Had they come to and realized what had been done that quickly? I decided to play it nice and casual. Answer and tell them that they fell asleep, so I went home so as not to disturb their privacy. What a nice guy. What could I say about the missing video files? Computer virus? Oh, whatever. We were done playing games. I would tell her that I deleted them. Tell her that I knew and that her little game was over. So I grabbed the phone and said sharply, "What the hell are you doing calling my house in the middle of the night?" Trollface was on the other end. "Bro, I know you're upset, but I think we need to get our story straight about what happened. Can you come over? Spend the night. It's to keep both of our asses out of jail. I nodded solemnly to myself. He wasn't wrong. I'll be there, I said, before hanging up and getting back into the car. I flashed my brights onto Trollface's house. It was our silent signal, the bat signal. Usually meant for him to sneak out of his house, but instead he hung his head out of his bedroom window and waved me inside. Ever the gracious host. Bro, he roofied someone for you. What do you want him to come downstairs and roll out the red carpet? Yeah, he's probably going through some shit, you know? Just let him wave you inside, that's fine. Now I just have to hope that I don't meet the end of a shotgun in the dark while sneaking through the back door. Wouldn't that just be the perfect end to tonight? Do Trollface's parents have guns? That was never established. I can't tell if OP's being dramatic or what. But yeah, it's usually not a good idea, I guess, to sneak into somebody's house in the middle of the night. Even if they don't have guns, Dad's gonna wake up with a baseball bat and come after you. I know I would. Well, I made it inside. Trollface wasn't gaming like his usual carefree self. He sat in the dark, on the edge of his bed, staring into his palms. His frame only illuminated by a small nightlight in the hallway. He didn't even look up at me. I didn't think that all this was just for dramatic effect. I was only trying to undo what I did. I took it too far, didn't I? I agreed while taking a seat next to him. See, OP feels guilty, Trollface feels guilty, everybody feels guilty about what happened except for the Legbeards. These dudes are showing some humanity, at the very least. It is a shit thing that they did, but realization, contrition, being apologetic, it definitely goes a long way with me. OP says, it's done now, dude. We just need to concentrate on making sure that nobody ever finds out, I told him. So I made a Reddit post about it. Nah, I'm playing. Now I was the callous mastermind. Turnabout is fair play, I suppose. We spent a long time figuring out just how to play dumb. And by the time dawn broke, we had essentially decided that the simplest story was the best. They had drank too much, and I took that opportunity to slip the noose. There was a distinct possibility that the police might get involved, but we weren't sure on the legalities of her blackmail versus my own wrongdoings. We simply braced ourselves for the worst. And it certainly did get a lot worse, despite our night of preparation. Preparations A through G have failed. We now prepare ourselves with Preparation H.
Which we shall call Preparation H.
Is that another Futurama joke? We did so many Futurama jokes in Octopregbbeard yesterday. I'm not sure what's happening. It's like a sign from the cosmos to rewatch that series. But yeah, if you are going to lie about a story, OP, I think simplest is probably the best way to do it. Don't add fucking anything. And don't leave anything that can be taken away. If you provide too many details, then for sure, the cops are going to know that you're lying. As far as blackmail versus roofing someone, you realize it's possible for both of you to go to jail, right? So it'll be interesting to see if Legbeard actually goes that route. Trollface and I had talked until the morning. Needless to say, I was run absolutely ragged. After giving up all those fluids for cash and having a few drinks that were stiffer than what I was used to, and of course doing the unthinkable to a Legbeard and her admittedly adorable friend, at this point I was just running on fumes and pure adrenaline, but I knew that I still needed to go to class. What a good boy. I'd just be like, I'd take one off. Tell me what the homework assignment is, I'm good. That's why I never made it through college though, I guess. I would just act like everything was normal. Yeah, that was certainly the play to make. Legbeard might very well track me down, but being easily found in the class where I was expected only added to my plausible deniability. I was certainly becoming what I thought was a criminal mastermind. I basically had to see myself as a junkyard dog that wasn't scared to bite its abuser. He's going all Walter White. The truth was, though, that I was still a scared puppy that wasn't sure what to do after accidentally pissing on the floor, so I rolled over and simply let come what may. Oh, OP continues with the dog analogies. Do you have dogs, OP? I would wager that you do, given how often it's a theme in the story. The events of the class are inconsequential. What matters is what happened afterwards. No, Legbeard didn't magically appear to exact her revenge. I was breathing my sigh of relief a bit too early, though, as it turned out. I was looking forward to going home and finally getting some sleep. As I pulled into the driveway, cruel reality smashed into me like a Mack truck. As a matter of fact, this would be the last time that I ever returned to my mother's house. Oh my God. Everything from my bedroom was strewn on the lawn. My first thought was that Legbeard had done this. I mean, she knew where I lived. I went to question my mother and realized that my key to the front door no longer worked. It was locked. And the back door was locked too. Oh my God, you got kicked out of your house! All OP wanted to do was come home and get some sleep. I guess you could sleep on the front lawn. Go have a nap on the mattress. That'll show Mom what for. I did the only thing that I could think to do at that time and pounded on the door until my hand was raw and red. Mother answered, eventually. Her face was filled with rage. There was now no doubt as to who had thrown all of my belongings onto the lawn. I wish I could even remember partially what was said between us. It was a hurricane of emotion. She called me a derogatory name for gay people. I called her a derogatory name for a woman that has a new man each night of the week. We both called each other drunkards at some point. I'm very sure about that, at least. Oh boy, this is not a good situation to be in. I mean, yeah, you're not going to make anything better by going tit for tat in this situation. Apologies and contrition, like I said, goes a long way. I asked if Mother possibly knew about what had happened last night. She claimed that she didn't, so I asked, what the hell was all my stuff doing outside? That's when she pulled out the phone and showed me a text message from a number that I distinctly knew was not Legbeard's. I thought you should know. From a friend is all that it read. Sent right before noontime. I would have been in class when she saw it. I noticed that it had 2 attachments. Although I already knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, what those attachments would be, I opened them. The first, that cursed picture of me with my head shaved, makeup slathered on my stupid face. The second, of course, the video that started this entire downward spiral. Alright, but hold up though. How'd they get your mom's cell phone number? I thought that they were just like following her on Facebook or something like that. The cell phone part? That's kind of personal, isn't it? Seems a little sus. My mouth wanted to make words. I stood there on the porch, my mouth flapping like a suffocating fish. The world was going dark. My vision had now reduced to a tiny pinprick. I'm pretty sure this is what a panic attack feels like. I've never had one before or since. At this point in my life, I was fairly happy to be relegated to a life of poverty and just non-acknowledgement from anyone. It wasn't the greatest lot, but being the slacker that I was, it made me think I was happy. Or at least convinced me that I had attained some approximation of happiness. That's deep depression, bro. That's how neckbeard nests get built, alright? I'm just gonna warn you right now. You need to feel full of purpose, ready to go to war. At least that's how I attain happiness. I have a goal. I have a point to my life. It might just be a YouTube channel, but I wake up every day and I'm like, hell yeah, let's get it in. But now, instead of this approximation of happiness, my mother's passive resentment had turned into a boiling anger. I could have denied the video, taken in the darkness of the club. Yeah, I guess camera phones in the early 2000s weren't all they were cracked up to be. But the shaved gremlin who was covered in Estee Lauder? Yeah, that was clearly me. The final bullet that I had handed to Legbeard myself. There was no getting out of this one. And the longer we stood there exchanging blows on the porch, the higher the chances that the cops would eventually be called. She threw a few more of those good old standby slurs my way. She was convinced 100% that her only child was now a gay man by an anonymous text and a couple of attachments, but whatever. I let her have her say. It wasn't worth punching back any further. When I think back on it, perhaps this was just the easiest way that she saw to get me out of her hair. But either way, it was not a situation that could be repaired then and there, so I packed what I could fit into my car, which was about everything, aside from some bulkier furniture. Yeah, doesn't OP drive a Volkswagen? That's got a big old trunk. And then I took off towards Trollface's house to update him on the situation. I think cutting and running is definitely the right move there. OP's got like the most pragmatic approach ever. Like, okay, we can't fix this now. Maybe we try and fix it later. Although I don't think that this was just a ploy to get you out of the house, because you've detailed your mother's beliefs quite a bit in a previous story. So I do believe that this is who she is, and she's legitimately upset. Although upset enough to kick her son out of the house, yeah, probably. It's what OP was scared of before it even happened. So he knew it was possible. Trollface's mom answered the door, commented on how worn down I looked. Gee, thanks. And then allowed me up to Trollface's room. He was sitting at his computer, tapping away on his phone, with Legbeard's cam girl page wide open. Yeah, I'm guilty of that one too, sitting in the computer chair and using my phone. Which of these magical supercomputer devices do you care to use? The big one or the one that fits in your pocket? Really, I should use the big one. The screen is like 10 times bigger. I don't know what the hell my brain is doing. From behind, I told Trollface to please close that shit. He complied and then did a slow turn in his chair. When he saw me, a giant smile blossomed on his face, and he held his phone screen towards me. Trollface, dude, we totally got away with that one. Legbeard bought our story completely. I did have to tell her that I didn't have any idea that you touched her stuff, but, I mean, she doesn't even seem that pissed. She called it her just desserts. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm curious about her cam girl page, too, but I ain't gonna ask for it. That's some creep shit. Again, don't let my wife know about any of that. I was trying to blink away my disbelief. I let this thought roll around in my head. I might not have known Legbeard for very long, but I had never, ever seen her act with anything that could remotely be called contrition. Hey, there's that word. She was a vengeful harpy. Surely this was just a performance to lower Trollface's defenses and get the full story on what had actually happened. I mean, I wasn't worried about Trollface. The dude had proven to be more solid than a chrome dildo. And 2 times as cool. But my mind was whirring with thoughts about how she could turn this into something that gave her the advantage once more. Surely she had sent those files to my mother and exploded my entire living situation as some sort of revenge. There were backups somewhere. Didn't matter what she said to Trollface. I knew to myself that she was mad, and I was thoroughly convinced that all this was just a mask. OP, did you tell her about the cam girl shit? Trollface shook his head. OP, good. Well, don't. It's one of the only things left in the chamber to try and shut this beast down for good. Trollface, bro, I honestly don't think it'll be necessary. She seems like really calmed down. OP, yeah, too fucking calm. You don't think there's something off about that? Trollface looked puzzled, but just responded with a shrug. OP, All I'm saying is that I need to watch my step. Forgiveness is not in this woman's wheelhouse. Trollface and I talked back and forth after I gave him the full story about what had happened with my living situation. We were theorizing heavily, but most of it was speculation. He told me flat out that his parents were not going to go along with an impromptu roommate. Bummer. So I was going to be living in my car, as I had feared. He apologized and said, I could chill out until nighttime. He promised that he would do all that he could with Legbeard. You know, try and get her to send another text to my mom maybe, saying that the photos and the videos were doctored or something like that. So I sat on his bed and waited while he tapped away on his phone. Trollface raised an eyebrow. She said she didn't send anything to your mom. OP? Yeah, that is exactly what I would expect her to say. Just work on her, please. I really need to get some sleep. And within a couple of minutes, I was out colder than Legbeard and Thiccy Chick were the night before. I don't even know if that's a joke. I woke up in the middle of the night. Trollface's mom was yelling about a stowaway. Trollface was pushing me towards the door, insisting that Legbeard didn't know anything about the text to my mother, and saying that we'd talk later. So I drove my car to the grocery store and sat in the parking lot reading Johnny Got His Gun for the 20th time or so under the orange glow of a light post. Today, more than ever, the themes resonated with me. It's a pretty good anti-war book. I'm surprised that Trollface's mom goes from like being so nice during the day to just a sea captain at night. Ranting about a stowaway. Oh, that's funny. If you haven't read the book, Johnny Got His Gun, it's about a World War I soldier who was hit with an artillery shell. He was injured to the point of basically losing his humanity. He could no longer see or hear or talk or smell, trapped in the husk of his body. He was relegated to simply thinking and remembering. Eventually, he realizes that death is the only way out of his predicament. The book ends with the main character's assertion that the future will be bleak and war-torn unless people point the guns at those who orchestrate wars instead of at each other who participate in them. I don't know if you should feel as powerless as Joe was in the book. You still have the upper hand as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know. Losing your house is a pretty big blow. But let's play this out, okay? The game is not over yet. You can probably draw the lines between my current situation and what was contained within that book for yourself. I won't insult your intelligence by attempting to paint the entire picture. No, it's not insulting at all. Maybe I'm actually not smart enough, OP. Paint a picture for me. Suffice to say, though, that I truly thought that I had leveled my gun at the correct target. Much of the time spent thinking was directed towards vengeance for the cruelty that Legbeard had enacted towards me. But soon that trap would be sprung, and I would be hurtled into a year-long battle for both my sanity and my future. But more on that just a little bit later. We don't want to spoil the tale completely just yet, right? I've waited so long, just give it to me. Delayed gratification is only fun for a little bit. After a night spent reading in my car, and a morning spent napping in my car, it was time to head back to campus in my car. At least there, I'd have a reason to get out and stretch my legs a bit. Class was about as uneventful as usual, but instead of returning back to being trapped inside the goddamn car, I decided to go hang out for a bit at the library, the place where all of this began a few short days ago. There was no nostalgia bomb or anything when I walked in. It was somewhere that I came quite regularly at that time. I did revisit it recently, partly as motivation to write this saga out, and that's where the feelings really slammed into me. Almost 20 years, and not a goddamn thing has changed. I guess school is funny that way. It sure is, bro. I remember breaking into my elementary school when we had just graduated high school. We wanted to go smoke weed on the roof, but it had been 10 years since I've been there. Exactly the same. I remembered everything. I mean, everything looked smaller because I was fucking a child when I went there, and now I was an adult with the mind of a child, essentially. The cops did catch us. They let us go, but we definitely got in trouble a little bit. And by trouble, I mean a stern talking to. I still feel lucky about that one. I've gotten lucky a lot as far as criminalities are concerned. I found a book that I hadn't read umpteen times before, and I sat down to do some light reading. I was not eager to get back into the car for another restless night of doing nothing and simply continuing to exist. Wasn't that what you were doing even before all this? I don't mean to come at you or anything, OP, but whether you're continuing to exist in the car or in your house, as far as I peg it, I mean, you're just continuing to exist. You gotta get some fire in your belly, son. Anyways, as I sat, someone approached and sat down in the chair right next to me. A bit startled, I dared to take a look at who had approached me so boldly. It was Thiccy Chick, a light smile on her lips, and what I thought might have been kindness in her eyes. I was more speechless around her than usual, and I just kind of nodded my greetings to her. Thick Chick, crazy night last night, huh? I don't think some vodka has ever hit me that quick before. I gave a half shrug, half smile in response, and she continued. Thiccy Chick, Legbeard says you've been having a rough time. Trollface told her that you got kicked out of your mom's. Are you okay? It was all that I could do to keep from breaking down on the spot, so I didn't dare try to speak. I just looked back down at the table and shook my head. Thiccy Chick, I just want you to know, I've got an extra room if you wanted to come and stay with me for a little while. I think that we could have a lot of fun together. She put a lot of emphasis on the "a lot of fun" bit, saying it very slowly and even seductively. My heart jumped into my throat. Was she saying what I think she was saying? I glanced up at her only to see what I now recognize as pure malignancy fleeting from her eyes. The mask had slipped for less than a second when she thought that I wasn't looking. She was certainly not the savior that I had hoped for, and was simply dutifully playing a role that I'm sure she had played many times before and perhaps since, but I didn't know any of that at this time. She extended her hand, and I did the only thing that I could think to do. I grabbed onto it for dear life. Thiccy Chick led me to my car and directed me on the drive back to her lair. There's a reason that she spent most of her time at Legbeard's. Her house was a literal hovel. God. Into the nest. And here is where the story gets the most horrifying. This would be the house where I spent the worst year of my life. I wish I had any inkling apart from that look that I can only detect in hindsight, but I just saw what I wanted to see. I needed a hero, and she was willing to pretend that much for me. In reality, she was the one that my gun should have been leveled at this entire time. She was the one who had sent Legbeard to war. How and why? I suppose that's something we'll need to dig into next time. Bro, Stealthbeard! It makes so much more sense now. LB was just a Legbeard. The Thiccy Chick was the fucking Stealthbeard the whole time. Oh, Jesus. Now I'm really looking forward to the next part. I have this year of hell and then the destruction stories outlined. There should only be 2 more parts. Very likely the most difficult parts to write, but I want to thank you all for being patient. Double, triple, quadruple thanks goes out to ReddX for not only sharing these stories, but also being true to his word and helping me out when I was a bit down. Like I said, dude, I owe you. I can't take something, your story, and give you nothing, you know? I love your videos, and you are one of the realest people on YouTube. Yeah, kind of sometimes, I don't know. I exist. I'll do my best to blitz through the final parts for you. It'll be fine if I rip it off quick, yeah? Like a band-aid, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, as always, I want to thank y'all for reading, and I will see you next time. Jesus Christ, dude! What a twist! This is like the great unveiling. I'm absolutely shocked. I thought Thiccy Chick, might have saved OP, might have been his new baby boo and given him a new outlook on life, but oh my god, it turns out that she created the worst year of his life. And while I'm sorry that you had to go through it, OP, I'm so eager to hear about it. It sounds like it is going to be a train wreck, and then knowing that you get some destruction whipped back at him in the end, that is extra delicious. OP seems like a smart guy. Trollface seems like a man of means. So I'm sure if they put their heads together, then Legbeard will be brought to her knees. Or Stealthbeard, I guess, since Legbeard maybe is taken care of already. Is she being legit with, feeling apologetic and shit? I guess we'll find out in the next episode. God, it's gonna be good. A cracked toilet seat held together with duct tape. Yeah, that's normal.
Better cover the seat, JK. I'm not fancy.
I should also mention to check out my podcasts. We got approved on Amazon, so now you can download ReddX podcasts on Audible, which is super cool. And we're basically everywhere else too. I'm going to update that little plug thing sooner rather than later. But anyways, it is Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part number 8, The Belly of the Beast. Oh, solid adept. What have you got yourself into this time? Have you subscribed to ReddX yet? Do it. I can't subscribe to myself. Physically, it's impossible. YouTube saw that one coming a mile away. They knew I was going to do it. Why not give me a freebie, YouTube? But if you aren't me, then yeah, I hope that you're subscribed. And if you aren't, no pressure. I'm just glad that you're viewing my stuff. That dude smashes my stories in a video basically as soon as they get uploaded, and I am beyond appreciative for that. I guess the long wait between tales has something to do with that. Always leave them wanting more, as someone much smarter than me once said. Well, that advice is going out the window, and I am bulldozing my way into part 8 at a pretty nice clip. Yeah, you outpaced me. That's something. As I said, lots of time has been spent outlining these events. The difficulty of remembering is done. Now the goal is just to create a coherent narrative about the shenanigans that Thiccy Chick made a part of my everyday existence. You know what? We probably shouldn't even call her Thiccy Chick anymore. Yes, she is Stealthbeard. She has been unmasked. She has been the Stealthy Beard this entire time. I think it was foreshadowed way back in part 1. OP said that there was something dark about Thiccy Chick. Saccharine exterior that hides something deeper or something like that. So I guess we should have seen this coming the whole time. There's a few people that called it out. They're like, yeah, I saw it for what it was, but I have to admit that I did not. I had forgotten all about what happened in part 1. But yes, the cruel games that were being played by her friend, Legbeard, were completely at the behest of this monster. And now I was stuck living with her while trying to hold myself together long enough to walk away with a college degree. I will state the obvious right now and tell you all point blank that luckily this charade of a relationship did not last for my entire college experience. And when I finally broke free, the musty basement apartment that I managed to move into felt like a royal palace. Well, at least we know it might be over quick. We do know that OP survives. I don't want to say how bad could it be because it could probably get pretty bad. But yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves already. Let's go ahead and relive the heavy cringe that was being the live-in plaything of Stealthbeard, now SB. We got part 1, part 2, oh, part 3. Guess what? Part 4 is there too. And part 5, and part 6 as well. And then part 7 is the most recent one, which I did only a few days ago. But yes, these links are all in the description if you'd like to time travel backwards a little bit to visit the previous parts that aren't part 7. I think part 6 was like 2 months ago or something like that. It's been a crazy wait, but I am so glad to see you back, Solid Adept. You can also just change the last digit of the Reddit URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but yeah, it's pretty neato. So, to summarize, if you can't sit through OP's word salad or my ear salad, dude went clubbing with a Legbeard, LB, and her friend, formerly known as THC for Thiccy Chick, now known as SB for Stealthbeard. OP freak danced on a male friend, that's TF or Trollface. A video was taken and used as blackmail. My head was shaved, makeup was applied. Another picture was taken. I came back the next day under the guise of setting up some social media accounts. My friend Trollface ended up roofing the Legbeard and slipped some into the drink of the Legbeard's friend, which OP indeed ended up giving to that friend. And he's caught a lot of heat for it, but I'll say again, I do appreciate his honesty in the matter. They both passed out, and I managed to find out that Legbeard was a cam girl. To ensure that she didn't opt for mutual destruction, I deleted most of the contents of her computer and her phone. It seemed like that should end things, but a mystery text to my mother uprooted my living situation, and the turns would only get twistier as I was invited to live with Stealthbeard, Thiccy Chick, whoever the hell she was. So go ahead and strap yourselves in. Oh boy, into the beard nest we go. You know I always loved that. So easy cringe. As we pulled in, I was grateful that Stealthbeard had come to my rescue. No more nights spent trapped in that metal coffin that was my car. A seemingly functional relationship on the horizon. And although the setting was, yeah, less than idyllic, at least it was a place that I thought I could call my own. I thought being the operative part of that sentence. I suppose the first thing to note was just the absolute state of the house that she was renting. It was an absolute sty, but let's not stop there. You can't fully absorb the horror of what I was walking into unless I describe all of the terrible details. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. Drop that cringe bomb on me, baby. Dead flowers and potted plants lined the porch, a perfect analogy for Stealthbeard herself. Pretty, but dead. She was incapable of caring for anyone or anything but herself. The white door with peeling paint opened into a living room with a sagging couch that was covered in clothes. The smell of musty mildew filled my nostrils. It was faintly the same as what I had smelled at Legbeard's. There was a filthy carpet and a stained rug under a coffee table, but you couldn't even make out the shape of the table due to all of the takeout containers and soda cans that were littered all around it. It might as well have just been a giant trash pile in the middle of the room. The pile was also moving a bit. At night, you could hear the scraping and crinkling as roaches crawled through it. Ugh, scavenging what they could. What a delightfully disgusting centerpiece. It certainly adds some sort of je ne sais quoi, does it not? It's interesting that Legbeard had all of these like designer bags and stuff like that, and Stealthbeard's house is just like, yeah, typical beard nest. It's a bunch of food and shit. I mean, she's a bigger girl, which I'm sure factors into it, but at least Legbeard didn't have any roaches in her house, as far as we know. This is a biohazard. This is no good. The rest of the house fared no better. The kitchen was an absolute no-go zone. Filthy plates towered in the sink, all welded together with mold and crusty food. God. As I took a peek into the sink, a few more resonant roaches scattered to the darker recesses, and I saw standing water. Almost like someone had tried to take a stab at washing this mountain of porcelain, and simply given up when the enormity of the task was fully realized. The water was pure black, and it smelled like death. Oh, God. That's the worst. I'm like, okay, moldy food. We've seen all that before, but black water in your sink? What are you doing? I've never seen anything like that before. She was brewing up some kind of mold monster somewhere under the inky black surface, and I took a step back before it could reach out and pull me down into the mire. That seems well advised. Also, it smells like death, so yeah, you probably don't want to breathe that in. That is your nose telling you to GTFO. Her bedroom was almost inaccessible due to a load of boxes and just general plastic bullshit. She seemed to be very invested in the latest gizmos and gadgets, while also being unable to throw out any of the boxes. Phone boxes and game boxes and a box of kitchen gadgets that had clearly never seen the light of day. Maybe they're in the sink somewhere. We don't know what's under the water. I even remember seeing like a giant 10-foot inflatable pool. The box looked like it had been wet at one point, and it was growing some lovely black mold at the base. Oh, God. You think it's just boxes? How bad could it be? Oh, it's still growing mold, even on boxes. It obviously hadn't been used for quite some time. In fact, nothing in her room had. There was a fine coat of dust on almost every surface, like we had become locked in a time warp between the school and her house, and untold decades had simply slipped by. More of that foul Legbeard magic, I see. Next comes the bedroom that I presumed to be mine. God, I wish it had just been filled with boxes, but it seemed like she was essentially using it as a landfill. Oh, the shame, dude. How far away are your fucking garbage cans? Please take the trash outside. Don't pile it in a random room of your house. I think she's got some mental issues or something going on. Garbage stood from floor to ceiling. Some of it, yes, contained in a plastic prison, but most of it just tossed on top. There was no garbage can in the kitchen, just a single bag that was close to bursting, standing on the floor and held upright by a single bare nail. The fat trash bag seemed to be mocking me, saying,
We're both going in there next.
No, we are not. Can we hire somebody to come and clean this out? I mean, it's a place to stay, but goddamn, your hospital bills are gonna outdo the rent in no time at all. I'm sure that the mold and the insects of the house were holding nightly meetings in that cursed bedroom, planning the collapse of the entire house. And after a certain point, I was rooting for them. Turning this biohazard experiment into a pile of rubble would easily double the housing market for all of her neighbors. I have to wonder if, like, the landlord knows anything about this. He said that she's renting it, right? What the fuck? The landlord just never comes around or something? The bathroom was yet another horror show, though arguably not as terrible as the rest of the monstrosities I had seen on my little tour. A cracked toilet seat held together with duct tape. Yeah, that's normal.
Better cover the sheet, JK. I'm not fancy.
The shower, sink, and toilet, all quite a bit more yellow or green than white, but at this point I was simply glad that there wasn't more black mold there. One corner of the shower sagged suspiciously, and a few months into my stay, the waterlogged wood underneath would fall through completely. But at first glance, it was almost passable. Almost. Who fixed the fucking giant hole in the shower? I bet they just left it. They're like, yeah, that's what it is now. Jesus, the situation is devolving terribly for OP. I think staying in the car might be better. The last room of the house was the laundry room. Similar to the bathroom, not as terrible as one would expect. The washer and dryer did seem to see regular use, which would explain the clothes that decorated her couch. I also saw an empty food dish. Stealthbeard explained that she had cats, but they were outdoor cats, so they didn't come around very often. Yeah, because there's no fucking food in the dish. The cats are at the neighbor's house. She professed that she never lets them inside past the laundry room because she didn't want them to mess anything up. Yeah, as if. Given how much cats like to chase beetles and roaches, they probably would have thought Stealthbeard's house was an absolute playground. I guarantee there are mice and rats in there somewhere as well. You don't get roaches and all this and just have bugs. There are small rodents somewhere in there. So about now is where I should have run out of the fucking door screaming, but I didn't. I was fully convinced that I liked her and she liked me, and we could get this house whipped into shape and just live happily ever after. Again, yeah, as if. Stupid, stupid me. The squeeze started slowly, like an anaconda that slowly embraces its prey and then tightens until what once felt like a loving gesture becomes a crushing death grip. That's a pretty apt analogy, I do think. I should have suspected something on the very first night, though. My room was filled with trash, and her room was apparently off limits. Even though Stealthbeard couldn't sleep in her room either, so she was just gonna sleep on the couch. Would I mind sleeping on the floor? And we could just get all the rooms sorted tomorrow. Oh, no, of course. I don't mind one bit. I am one happy house guest, by golly. Oh, Pete, come on, dude. You gotta be like, nah, let's clean up the bed or something. We gotta fix this situation a little bit right now. After the first night of laying on a stained rug next to that scraping, wriggling, living pile of garbage, I literally shuddered. I should have realized that the car was not so bad after all. But it was all okay. We were gonna get everything clean and tidy, right? Well, you can probably guess how that panned out. She's too busy. Maybe tomorrow. Is the floor really that bad anyways? What kept her so busy exactly? Shopping! She would bring home boxes almost every day and just continue to stack them inside the impromptu box fort that was her room. Yeah, she's a hoarder for sure, dude. Not like newspapers, magazines, normal hoarder stuff, but the room full of boxes. You can't deny that. Slowly, my defenses were worn away, my spine completely removed, and I just kind of began to accept my lot in life and convince myself that all this wasn't so bad. Stealthbeard didn't like it when I left for class, telling me that she'd be so lonely and that if I didn't come back right afterwards, she'd slit her wrists. Yeah, that old standby. Oh, we've seen it a time too many on this channel, but it doesn't surprise me at all at this point. Gotta maintain that death grip somehow, I guess. But yes, while OP had to be chained to Stealthbeard and the house, she had a completely different rule set for herself. I recall one weekend, Stealthbeard had left 4 days. I sold some of those good old fluids of mine to keep myself fed, and started to clean the kitchen enough so that I could at least cook. Oh, you're a brave, brave man. I also moved some boxes around her bedroom so that I could try and remember what a freaking bed feels like. If I was all alone, why would I force myself to be all alone in squalor? Well, I probably should have just left well enough alone, because when Stealthbeard finally returned, she was furious. We're fast forwarding past a lot of the small stuff, lest this story continue into fucking eternity, but for context, we were probably 2 or 3 months into Hell House at this point, and this was the first time that I had ever seen what I assume is her true self. Oh, be afraid. Her manipulation had always been pitiable, and slightly coercive, but this was the first time that she let me have it full blast.
Why would you try and sleep in my bed? Isn't what I give you good enough? Look at what I provide. You're so fucking ungrateful.
And on and on and on it went. I did my usual move during confrontation and just headed out to my car to cut and run. I was okay with living in the car. I just couldn't be in this house any longer. Well, Stealthbeard sensed that her prey was getting away. No, just keep running, OP. Never look back. Lock the doors. He's so close to escape. I'm already frustrated. But of course, the story doesn't end here. She reels him back in. She stood in front of the car, clinging to me.
Please don't go, she begged. I'm so sorry. I want to be better for you. I want to be your girlfriend. I just wanted to be the one to invite you into my bed. Just spend one more night with me. You won't regret it.
And like the pitiable idiot that I am, I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker at the simple mention of the word girlfriend. Our relationship would be totally functional. For reals. Not all hope was lost after all. Again, for a third time. Yeah, right. Oh, dude. Poor OP, so desperate to find a lady love of his very own. You really should be thinking with the big head instead of the little head. You know what I mean? Brain says fucking run. Cock says, yeah, I guess one more night won't hurt. Oh, man. So, yeah, I did spend the night with her in her bed. And to answer ReddX's question from episode 1, did you bang a Legbeard, bro? I remember that. The answer is yes. I banged a Legbeard, bro. Or, I mean, as close to banging as you can get, rolling around on a humanoid hybrid of a dead fish and a beanbag chair. Oh, God. She didn't smell, to be clear. She always seemed to take care of herself to maintain her mask of normalcy, but she clearly did not enjoy sex. She would just lay there like a dead whale while I performed, quite badly given my limited sexual experience, and when I was done, she would just roll over with her back to me. No talking because
she just wanted to sleep.
No cuddling because it was too hot. She was 100% just going through the motions, figuratively, to keep me around. Jesus. I don't think OP is a virgin. I think he said he had one experience before, based on the original parts of this saga. But I still gotta draw lines towards Osgood, the other saga that's going on right now. Say what you want about La Ogre, she's horrible. But at least she fucked back. At least she pretended to like Osgood. Stealthbeard is just like, yeah, do what you gotta do. Now get away from me. This means you're not going anywhere, right? Because I made your pee-pee feel good? Great. Now fucking get back in your corner. Wow. I can't believe that OP would put up with all this. Why did she keep me around? Well, because I was moderately useful, I suppose. Imagine a dog that will rub your feet and fetch you water. A dog that'll drive to the store or a restaurant to pick up what you want to eat without asking for a scrap of it. One that can fix things around the house. Only when specifically directed to, of course. Oh, maybe OP fixed the shower when it fell apart. Or maybe a dog that can carry those heavy garbage bags out to the cans, which were only like 20 fucking feet away. My bedroom was almost out of room for her garbage, so I just kind of let the charade continue on. I had myself convinced that this was what a loving relationship was. I did honestly want to make her happy. Bro, you're never gonna make her happy. You've done so much. She's never gonna be happy. God damn it, dude. It's also like Unfortunate Nookie. Naruto headbands relationship is equally as abusive. Proof positive that abuse can happen to guys and girls. But yes, in the quest to make Stealthbeard happy, I asked the question that I regret to this very day. How can I do better sexually? I really do want to please you. The grin seemed soft, but was actually quite sardonic as she returned yet another question. Do you know what pegging is? Oh, God. Yeah, I did. And I wasn't eager to let her violate my beehole, but after a week or more of amping myself up for the act, while simultaneously having my self-esteem worn down to a nub, I decided that I would let her do it. Oh, God. OP didn't just bang a Legbeard. He got banged by a Legbeard. This has taken quite a turn. Now, I don't want to go into explicit detail, both for the sake of our intrepid ReddX's monetization and the sanity of all viewers and readers and listeners. I appreciate that, bro. Needless to say, I did not enjoy this outing, but it started out fairly slow, with just a finger or two and lots of lube. She had clearly done this before, I noted, but eventually she worked her way up in size, and a couple hours into my anal bombardment, I was chafed red and raw, and the entire room smelled like my own shit mixed with coconut oil. I thought we weren't getting too descriptive. Oh, man. But yeah, Stealthbeard was loving it, even though I legitimately felt like I was going to be split in half. And eventually, I was. Oh, God, dude. How big? What was she using? All right, I'm not going to ask those questions. Don't ask questions you're not ready to hear the answer to. I felt a sharp pain. Oh, God, OP. I can't remember if there was like a ripping sensation, but I knew immediately that something was severely wrong. I screamed bloody murder. I grabbed my ass and I screamed until my throat was raw. Holding my hand to my face, I saw that my fingers were stained dark red. I panted out between howls that, "I need to go to the hospital!" And Stealthbeard just sighed. The absolute audacity of this bitch. For real though. Not just in this situation, but throughout everything. Oh, God, I hate her more and more. She honestly had the balls to tell me it was nothing and I needed to calm down after ripping my asshole wide open. Finally, a splinter of spine made its triumphant reappearance as I shouted, "Take me to the hospital now!" And how did she outdo her sigh? She fucking laughed. Oh, what a bitch, dude. No care for your partner, quote unquote, or what they're going through. I mean, she's never shown any sort of care or love to OP, so I don't know why I'm surprised. I don't know why this part punches me in the gut so hard, but Jesus Christ, dude, this is so sad. I'm so sorry that happened to you, OP. I was, of course, incredulous. I grabbed my keys and bolted into the night in my increasingly blood-soaked pants. The ER stitched me up. I heard an endless stream of gay jokes, her. To top it all off, I got smacked with that gigantic medical bill that America has become so famous for. Oh, don't put a number on that. That's just gonna make me sad. When I was released, there was no fucking way that I was returning to the lair. I had endured more than my fair share. I went to visit Trollface. I still hadn't changed my pants. This was the lowest point of my life. With Stealthbeard's grip on my comings and goings and all of my activities, I hadn't seen Trollface out of school for quite some time. But he welcomed me in, like an old friend. I got a change of clothes that were slightly too big for me, and then I unleashed the torrent of my own living hell and begged him to help me fix this situation once again. Oh man, that is a ride or die homie for real, dude. I hope you never lost contact with Trollface, because this dude is fucking down for anything. I would like to meet him and shake his hand. And also, fuck those doctors for making gay jokes and shit like that. I don't know if it was like directed at him or between themselves, but the story takes place in like the early 2000s when I guess it wasn't as widely accepted, so maybe I can see that, but that still doesn't make it right, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be a medical professional? Try and fucking act like it. Just pretend for the sake of your patient. Ugh. Trollface was speechless for a good long time after I told him all that had happened. The gears in his head were spinning uncontrollably while trying to process this new information. Finally, he spoke. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I thought things were going okay because I hadn't heard from you. No news is good news or something, but if you need my help, you know that I'm riding with you. God damn, I love Trollface. He's a bit of an asshole every once in a while, but he's been likable through the whole story. So, Trollface started to lay out his plans and all the avenues that we might take for revenge. This wasn't going to be as simple as just slipping someone some drugs. We needed a third, and we had one. Both of us wanted to see Stealthbeard burnt to the ground, but for completely different reasons. As it turned out, Trollface had taken quite a shine to Legbeard over the previous months, and they were now dating, or at least banging, on camera, a few times per week. What do you call that? I don't think that there's a word for that. As long as they're having a good time, maybe she's making some extra scratch from it, you know? Regardless, Trollface said that Legbeard also had an axe to grind with Stealthbeard and would be definitely willing to help us out. Not to mention, she knew all of her former friend's weaknesses. So we headed over to visit my former nemesis. Oh my god, dude, what a twist. I never thought that Legbeard would swap sides, but yeah, that's what a good dick down will do, I suppose. When the door was opened, Legbeard apologized to me immediately for what she had put me through and asked me to please come inside. Her whole place had undergone a transformation, and it actually looked like a real house. I recognize now that some of the boxes that Stealthbeard had brought back to her house were actually boxes from Legbeard's. Ah, another piece of the puzzle, I see. We sat together in Legbeard's office, Legbeard and Trollface on the couch, myself gingerly perched in the computer chair, partially because I wasn't very eager to touch the couch, knowing all that I knew, and partially because my ass was still in a lot of pain. Fuck, dude. This is like the night before when all this shit happened to you. I can imagine the rage is flowing through OP. I really do hope to see Stealthbeard get burnt down in the biggest way possible. Legbeard gave me the full scoop, detailing exactly how Stealthbeard had found her on campus and used her camgirl activities to blackmail her into finding playmates, as Stealthbeard would call them. Oh god, how'd she find the camgirl site? I guess it's just putting two and two together. Had to happen eventually and just kind of happened to the wrong person, I suppose. God damn. And now I feel even worse about OP trying to play the camgirl card. If you had done it, then I doubt Legbeard would have ever gotten onto your side. So I guess it's good that OP or Trollface never spilt the beans to Legbeard. Or maybe Trollface did, but OP's unaware of it? What a tangled web we weave. Legbeard was forced to use a large portion of what she made as a camgirl to support Stealthbeard and all of her vices. Legbeard and Stealthbeard didn't know what would happen at the gay bar that they took us to, but she was told to be prepared for anything halfway compromising. It wasn't Legbeard's idea to take that video. It wasn't Legbeard's idea to shave my head or slather me in makeup. She was simply doing as she was told. I can't verify the legitimacy of any of that. It's what they said at Nuremberg, too. But she was cooperating with us now, and I was grateful for that. Despite the truthfulness of her tale, or lack thereof, the veracity of her tale, one thing was perfectly clear, and that is that shit rolls downhill, and Stealthbeard needed to be stopped at any cost. When I ended up slipping the noose, Legbeard decided that she would do the same. She straight up told her parents face to face what she was doing. Hell yeah, dude. Nip that in the bud. Take the hit. And then you have nothing hanging over your head. It's beautiful. That's the best play. Her parents objected at first, but when she wouldn't change her mind and threatened to cut them out over this, they decided to cope and tell themselves that, yeah, it wasn't too bad, because the internet did offer some modicum of anonymity. Thus, Stealthbeard lost her grip over Legbeard, and she was left to meddle all on her own. Although Stealthbeard hadn't meddled all that much, since she had now lost Legbeard as her cover, and of course, because she had me at home to act as her dog butler. His name is Barkley.
Rub his chin a little under there. He likes that. There you go. Beautiful. There you go.
So it is interesting that even after all of that, these pains that Legbeard and by proxy OP went through to conceal this camgirling shit, the parents were okay with it at the end of the day. Like, none of this needed to happen at all. Oh God, life is just so confusing. But Trollface was correct, that Legbeard did indeed know all about the weaknesses and intricacies that Stealthbeard had let slip in the long while that her and Legbeard had spent together. She also knew why I was being specifically targeted by Stealthbeard. That's right, it's not just because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Stealthbeard and I have a bit of a history, apparently. She laid out all these strange facts, and we formed our plan to dismantle Stealthbeard and get her out of our hair for as long as possible. But we will need to get into all of that in the next part of the story. Aw man, I want to hear all about the destruction. Well, at least I know we're getting fireworks next episode. As always, thank you guys for reading or listening or whatever and hearing my tale. You can tell why the last few parts were quite a hard part of my life to revisit, but I am happy that we can all look back and laugh or cringe or, like, just sit in quiet contemplation of how fucked up humans as individuals can be, at least from time to time. The ending is certainly explosive, and I hope that you are looking forward to it. Keep yourself safe out there, and I will see you for the final part in my very next post. Honestly, part of me wishes that OP would have gotten into the nitty-gritty and really broken down just how psychological that this whole thing became. I only really understand what's going on because I've read so many Neckbeard stories before, and I do realize that at a certain point you start to sympathize with your abuser and you can't see any way out, and that's why he was so quick to run back to her when she finally ended up chasing after him in at least some sort of way. I don't know if OP experienced any type of abuse from his mother or anything like that. Maybe it was just like the complete neglect, lack of attention, although I don't know if their relationship has always been like that either. It's an interesting case to study for sure. He's definitely enjoying the attention from Stealthbeard, even if it is negative attention, because it's something that his mom had never offered him. At least that's my bubblegum fucking pop psychology armchair analysis. I don't have a degree in any of this. I just read a lot of Neckbeard stories. But it's definitely interesting to bounce the ball about. I guess I could ask OP to elucidate a little bit more about what happened in that house, but what I'm really looking forward to the most is that big explosive ending that we've been promised, and it is posted, so Within the next couple days, I will bring it to you. You can feel free to sneak into Tales and Neckbeards and check it out for yourself if you can't wait that long. I wouldn't blame you, honestly. I really got to hold myself back, too. It's party time. Hey, it's pizza time.
Pizza time.
Pizza power!
Hello, friends, and welcome back to ReddX, your source for the freshest daily cringe content anywhere on the internet. Promise, swearsies, it's just a fact, and it's totally science. Go ahead and look it up. Today we're diving into r/LegbeardStories. Bam, bam, bam. We have got the final episode of Stealthbeard in front of us today, and it has been such a long time coming. 6 months. The first episode was posted on April 15th of this year. So, goddamn, for a 9-part series, we have been waiting a very long time. I am excited to see it come to an end. I have been promised fireworks, and I definitely hope that is what we get today. Good God, thank you guys all for being so patient in waiting for the posts to come out. I will be wrapping up the Osgood saga tomorrow as well, so yes, we are putting some stuff to bed, but no worries because there's plenty of other stuff. We've got Octopreggbeard for the Neckbeard stories. We've got Unfortunate for the Legbeard stories, which is kind of also a Neckbeard story, but I don't discriminate. You know what I'm saying? I want that cringe any way that I can get it, and I'm sure we're in for some cringe today. It went really bad for OP last episode, so I hope that he gets his vengeance. Let's get some plugs and disclaimers out of the way, and then we will dive right into the finale of this Legbeard Stories cringe. Stealthbeard, the Legbeard of Ultimate Destiny. Part 9, The Witch is Dead. It's party time. Hey, it's pizza time.
Pizza time.
Pizza power!
ReddX will catch up on all of these eventually, right? Yeah, you damn right. I'm right behind you. 4 days ago, I mean, it's a while ago, but I'm here now. What do you want? I told you that I was ready to slam these last parts out, didn't I? Yeah, I guess you did. ReddX should take his time with these, but I just can't wait. Just, let it soak in. I probably could have made 20 parts with all the stupid little tasks that Stealthbeard laid out before me. All the times that she got upset about me not coming home directly after class to serve her or to make a run to McDonald's to advance her ever-expanding girth. Isn't it interesting how she turned from a cute, thick girl into a despicable land whale once her true personality started to shine through? Huh. Might give some of the incels out there pause for thought, though probably not. Yes, all about that personality. Regardless, I've done more than enough setting up. I'm sure the picture is painted fairly well about how worn down and horrible my mental state had become while staying in the beard lair. One does not let a Legbeard violate them with what was essentially a silicone table leg, oh god, without having their self-esteem broken down into dust, right? Table leg, bro? I know he didn't describe it in the last episode, but I didn't expect it to be like so much. Jesus Christ, OP. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. We're gonna get into the good stuff now. The destruction of this she-beard demon, and the epilogue of where the brainy trio that thought up this plan are now. But first, let's do the link swarm and the recap, and then we can break this bitch wide open. Literally. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the fireworks. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, hey, Part 4, Part 5, Part 6, Part 7, Part 8. Oh, to be updated, Part 8. Come on, bro. You gotta catch up. I narrated it already. Give me some credit. Although Soledad probably just, took a break. He's like, okay, it's finished. Now I may rest. And indeed, a fine rest I hope you have. We can also just change the last digit of the Reddit URL, which I didn't do on purpose, but it is pretty neato. But the YouTube links, yeah, you gotta click around in the description if you want to get to those. But that's okay. So to summarize all of it, if you can't sit through OP's word salad or my ear salad, OP went clubbing with a legbeard, LB, and her friend, who is now Stealthbeard. He freak danced on a male friend, Trollface, and a video was taken and then used as blackmail. OP's head was shaved, makeup was applied, another picture was taken. I came back the next day under the guise of setting up some social media accounts. My friend roofied the legbeard and slipped some into the drink of the legbeard's friend, which OP then gave to said friend, who is now Stealthbeard. They both passed out. I found out that Legbeard was a cam girl, and to assure that she didn't opt for mutual destruction, I deleted most of the contents of both her computer and her phone. It seems like that should end things, but a mystery text to my mother uprooted my entire living situation. Thiccy Chick / Stealthbeard invited me to live with her in a literal beard nest. We somehow got into a disaster of a relationship, and she ended up pegging me with even further disastrous results. Yeah, that was not pretty. I mean, none of this story's been pretty. You can't roofie people and then get pegged. Like, I don't even know who to feel bad for at this point. Like, everybody's kind of the bad guy at the end of it all. But I don't hesitate to say that OP managed to get the worst of it. After a trip to the hospital, I crawled back to Trollface to help me resolve things. Well, it turns out that Trollface had become rather close with Legbeard, and she detailed how Stealthbeard had blackmailed her into torturing me while also apologizing profusely now that she had slipped that noose completely. She was ready and raring to join the light side and bring destruction to Stealthbeard once and for all. Here it goes, my ladies and gentle thems. The finale of Stealthbeard. Enjoy. Oh, and I know that I will. I've waited so long. This is gonna be some good stuff. All right, strap in. Get your seatbelts all fuckled up. Legbeard was admittedly a genius when it came to needling people. She had turned her verbal slicers onto me at every single turn when we were still hanging out. But now that Stealthbeard was the focal point of her ire, I started to see how Trollface could truly enjoy her company. She was quick as a whip, and twice as capable of cutting someone open in just under half the time. I mean, I still didn't think her face was all that much to look at, but she did have a nice body hidden under all the ill-fitting garments that she wore around in daily life. Yeah, she's just trying not to give anybody a free show, you know what I mean? The marketing strategy for cam girls has changed in recent years. Now they all got thirst trap Twitters and whatnot. None of this stuff is truly pertinent to the story, but I have gotten a few curious comments and messages about her cam page, so yeah, I'll detail that much. As for a link, well, sorry to burst your cum bubble. But this story took place a decade ago. She doesn't do it anymore. I couldn't link you to her page even if I were inclined. At the very least, these revelations are sure to add some color. Legbeard was not just some evil witch. She was now my best bro's girlfriend, and I was very grateful to have her on our side. I am kind of surprised that you're so trusting after all that she put you through, but considering what has come to light, I guess I would go with it just to stick it to Stealthbeard because she really does deserve it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and such like that. Anyways, Legbeard spilled the tea about everything that she knew regarding Stealthbeard. Family, likes and dislikes, her phone number, which I couldn't confirm as the number that had texted my mom, but yeah, that's a safe bet. Social dealings, the fact that it was her family that owned her current residence, and of course, her festering rage that lay just under that mask of sweet, placid normality. Legbeard seemed to have that same mask as well. I'm a little bit sus about her still, but Yeah, I guess if this is what it takes to get it done, then go ahead and get it done. I also find it interesting that her family owned the current residence, because that was one of my questions in the last part. I'm like, I don't understand how the landlord just never comes around this trash heap. Oh, well, because there is no landlord. Okay, problem solved. The brutal truth about Stealthbeard and her mask was that cowards never show the rest of the world who they really are. Well, it seemed to the three of us that the thing that Stealthbeard valued more than anything else was, well, her stealthiness. She did not want to have her cloak of normalcy broken at any cost. And that was how we were going to break her down. We would expose her for who and what she truly was. Sometimes that's really all it takes. Trollface and Legbeard came up with the perfect plan almost instantly as I detailed the state of the house which Stealthbeard occupied. It's not something that I would have considered myself, given my reserved personality. Speaking of, though, my reserved and passive personality is actually kinda what landed me in this situation to begin with. I had spent a semester at college without Trollface, and during that time, I never really spoke to anyone. I kept my nose buried in books and avoided social interaction as much as possible. Well, it turns out that Stealthbeard started college the same semester that I did. She had attempted to start a conversation with me on her quest to make friends / gather minions, and I did my usual, basically pretend I don't hear anything routine. Yeah, I think I pulled that one a time or two as well. Unless you touch me, I'm not gonna pay attention. I just pretend that I'm invisible until you walk away. I never looked away from the book, so I didn't recognize Stealthbeard's face or her voice on our first meeting, but she had certainly recognized me and had slapped a giant target on my back for supposedly snubbing her. This tiny slight being turned into being kicked out of my house and later on having to get stitches in my ass is the purest proof that she is / was a fucking psychopath of the highest order. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna question that. We have seen it, the proof is in the pudding. Legbeard had been on the receiving end of Stealthbeard's treatment as well. She never really got it as bad as I did. Yeah, that would be that would be a leap. But I'm sure she was also treated like dirt while basically doing everything for Stealthbeard. I commiserated with Legbeard on that front at least. Legbeard was selling her pictures and videos only to have that money essentially stolen by Stealthbeard. And nobody would pay for Stealthbeard's videos. Probably somebody would. You'd be amazed what people are into. So of course, she wanted to see Stealthbeard pay the price just as much as I did, though she had gotten a bit distracted from that mission when Trollface came into her life and she started making some serious money from camming that wasn't constantly being swooped away by Stealthbeard. Yes, disposable income, God bless. So what was this perfect plan that was cooked up by Legbeard and Trollface? How would we ensure that Stealthbeard met her end and got exposed for what she truly was? Well, we'd need to have a party, of course. The party seems premature, but okay, we'll see how it goes. The entire college was filled with potential victims that needed to be warned about Stealthbeard and all that she was capable of. And we would be able to cut through a large swath of those potential victims with a simple party invitation. Word would surely spread, and she would be permanently exposed for the horrible thing that she hid under her saccharine exterior. It was a good plan. I just never expected it to be as effective as it was. Oh yes, greedy hand-rubbing intensifies. Bring me the vengeance. Trollface and Legbeard were both the party animal types, so of course they took the social part of the plan. Both of them ran around telling basically everyone that they could about a party that was taking place that weekend at Stealthbeard's address. We had 3 days to go before the partygoers began to arrive, and so much preparation to make sure never got done. My role was simply to convince Stealthbeard to stay home with me for those days so that we could, quote-unquote, work on our relationship. We'd have a romantic staycation since, you know, we could scarcely afford fucking food, let alone an actual trip anywhere. I would like to say that my part of the plan went off without a hitch, but it didn't. As usual, Stealthbeard didn't really give much of a fuck what I wanted from the relationship. She might have been, happy, or as happy as she got, that I returned to allow her rampant abuse to carry on, but she sure as hell didn't change her ways towards me. She continued doing whatever the hell it was she did when she was out and about. Well, okay, I might have failed my main objective, but the side quest was still wide open. Yeah, you gotta improvise. That's the most important part of a good plan. You gotta know how to think on your feet. So I took it upon myself to perform sabotage on the house from the inside by getting the place nice and foul for the big day. I dumped motor oil on the lawn. Jesus. Took a shit into as many of the potted plants as I could. Took a piss in every corner of the house and sold more blood to buy cat food. A lot of cat food. I made sure that the cat food bowl in the laundry room was filled every single chance that I could. I don't really know if Stealthbeard's cat was among the swarm that had begun to gather the day before the party, but yeah, that part really didn't matter. All OP wanted was a lot of cats, just like most people on the internet. Except he has more nefarious plans for these kitties. I thought that the plan had been completely smashed open when the day before the party, Stealthbeard came home ranting about something that she overheard at school. It was about a certain party. Uh-oh. She asked for information and was told her own address. Uh-oh. I admitted that it had been me, but that I just decided to have a few friends over, and word must have spread a little bit. Whoopsie. I insisted that I could make it right and just tell everyone that my girlfriend wasn't going to allow a party. Well, this would have cracked her carefully maintained mask. She knew it, and of course I knew it. She was absolutely boiling about it. And for the first time, I started to revel in her anger instead of simply trying to placate it. She said, "It was fine, but we had to stay outside." The real disaster was inside the house, after all. I agreed, knowing that I would break this promise the very first chance that I could. Well, that's a good cover, OP. We had Ramtide telling the truth in the last episode, and Stealthbeard OP kind of telling the truth in this episode. Sometimes the truth will set you free. Sometimes. I went through the motions, watering the motor-oiled lawn to try and bring it back from death. Never gonna happen. Once there's motor oil on your lawn, it's over, bro. It was far too late for any of this to matter, really. She didn't even notice the shit that was in the potted plants.
Man, this place smells like shit.
She didn't notice any of the piss stink that was permeating every corner of the house. The only thing that Stealthbeard did was put up some blackout curtains that I assume she miraculously found somewhere in her hoard of boxes. If that was her best defense, I knew that it wasn't going to be good enough. For the first time in a very goddamn long time, I felt like I had gained the upper hand. I had failed in most of my missions, but Legbeard and Trollface seemed to realize that none of what I did actually mattered. The social contract was headed down the tracks like 20 tons of steel, and Stealthbeard was just a deer in the headlights. The night before the party was the best night of sleep that I had ever had. So I guess that is Stealthbeard's weakness. She just doesn't want to give up her stealthiness. She wants to seem like a normal person, a good girlfriend to the world, where she's just abusing OP constantly when they're in private. It's a lot like Naruto Headband, man. It's amazing how these Neckbeard stories just about always fit together. Somewhat the same, but still so freaking different. Anyways, I had no weekend classes, so I spent most of the day pretending to straighten the outside of the house. Pretending to straighten. And setting up some card tables and chairs. I mean, just a few, because not that many people were gonna come. I mean, you know, just consider how unpopular I am. It's a miracle that those random kids even knew about the party. My pathos definitely worked to my advantage in this case, and I spent the longest day of my life outside enjoying the sunshine and waiting for night to fall. Stealthbeard, of course, did not lift a finger to help. Her hubris was one of the main reasons that things devolved so beautifully. Finally, around 7 p.m., we had our first guests! Hooray! It was Legbeard and Trollface. Stealthbeard came outside and greeted both of them, but despite Stealthbeard's smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, it was pretty obvious that the two of them would have clawed each other to death if Trollface and I hadn't been standing right there. Stealthbeard didn't know that I knew what had happened between her and Legbeard. She was playing nice for the sake of Trollface and myself. But even if I had been completely in the dark, it was very obvious that the dynamic between these two had changed. The passive-aggressive compliments flew back and forth. Stealthbeard, "Oh wow, I really admire your confidence. I don't think I could pull off that look." Legbeard, "Have you lost weight? I can hardly see all that baby fat around your gut." These are the most passive-aggressive of compliments. Women are good at this shit, man. Stealthbeard, "You've really matured since we last hung out. Are those crow's feet?" Legbeard, "I bet you had to work super hard to get yourself looking like that." Ooh, that last one. That's a good one. You could pull that one out on just about anybody. And I'm sure, you know, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, thanks." But really, it is quite a jab. Trollface and I just kind of sat there while the two of them jabbed each other, trying to pretend that it was awkward, when in reality, we were loving every poke. Stealthbeard didn't last long during this assault. Legbeard is, after all, a wordsmith, and there was no way that Stealthbeard could keep up with her pace. Eventually, I reached out to invite Stealthbeard to sit down and have a few drinks with us. She refused, saying she had a lot of other stuff to take care of, and retreated into the beard lair. Perfect. I told Legbeard and Trollface all about what Stealthbeard knew, what she had done to try and conceal her shameful existence, and how we could likely get around that. The second half of our plan was in place rather quickly, and I enjoyed some of my favorite boxed wine while waiting for some more guests to arrive. We would use them as cover while we broke the curious case of the masked beard lair wide open. It's kind of a wordy title. I'm also curious about why OP hasn't been drinking while he's been in the beard lair. I mean, maybe he has. He just really hasn't, like, made a spectacle of it after people expressed their concern to him. But I mean, he does have the box wine. Did Trollface bring that, or he had it the whole time? I got a few questions. I gotta assume that he was drinking. How else are you gonna sleep next to a giant garbage pile unless you're fucking drunk every night? Anyways, it didn't take long for the party guests to start pulling up. From 3 to 9 to 20, within the span of an hour. When the numbers reached about 50-ish, Trollface announced that, it was way too crowded on the lawn, and the party would get broken up for sure. He started marching this herd of people towards the house. Yes. Stealthbeard saw what was happening as the crowd drew nearer to her secret, and she posted up on the porch, telling everyone that nobody was allowed to go inside. Okay, it was time for my moment of greatest triumph. You fucking drag him, OP! Oh, yes. I had failed every task up until this one, But here was my chance to deliver my righteous vengeance. I dipped out of the crowd and snuck my way around to the back door to head through the laundry room. The cat menagerie was lounging about. I scooped up the food bowl and hurled it from the kitchen into the living room before ripping the curtains from the kitchen and then the living room windows. As I pulled the living room curtains away, I saw the tomato face of an enraged whale troll staring back at me. The cats were scattered about the living room, rolling in clothes, digging through the trash pile that disguised the coffee table. Stealthbeard pulled the living room door open to shoo all the cats out, and I caught it before she slammed it closed again. With a theatrical wave of my arm, I cheerily shouted, "Hey everybody, come on inside!" Here we go! The throng started pushing through the door as I observed their horrified faces. Stealthbeard whirled from the crowd of cats towards the crowd of people, trying to push them back through the threshold, but it was too late. Camera phones were being whipped out left and right as Stealthbeard began her final mental breakdown. I peeked through the window and saw that the lawn outside was filling with even more guests. Yeah, there's no brakes on this train for sure. I wonder if there's some footage out there somewhere of all this happening. There has to be, right? YouTube's a big place. If you know of any, OP, please link me. I'd really appreciate that. Perhaps 300 people were outside, waiting to enter the House of Horrors. Stealthbeard frothed and raged and threw trash at the people who were now filming her antics. She is losing her fucking mind. I mean, she lost it a long time ago, but now it's showcased for everybody to see. As OP says, she was showcasing the monster that she had been all along. Potted plants were knocked off the porch, unleashing their fudgy secrets. I'm not sure anyone actually noticed. My shit made a round trip through the house on the bottom of more than a few shoes. Oh well, collateral damage. Man, you go to a party, you come home with human poop on your shoes? God damn, that's heartless. A few people started filtering towards the back of the house, coming in through the laundry room like an unstoppable zombie horde, stepping over cats and marveling at the absolute disaster area that was the kitchen. One tiny girl made the mistake of looking into the black muck of sink water. She must have caught a whiff of it or something, because she almost immediately puked right in the middle of the kitchen. Now it's a party. Of course, the puke didn't stop the herd of people from clomping through it to marvel at the trash pile that would have been my bedroom. All of this was chronicled through videos and photos as Stealthbeard stood in the living room on top of the trash pile, screaming at the top of her lungs. She was the perfect berserk topper for the monumental pile of failure that was her existence. That's beautiful, man. Eventually, Stealthbeard realized that everyone was simply laughing at her hysterics, and she fled the house. Just run out of her own house. God damn, dude. We fucking destroyed that house. I took the lead, smashing the stinky mold-covered dishes in the backyard. Spray paint came out from somewhere. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of fires. Oh, Jesus, that's dangerous. I hope these fires were contained somehow. Eventually, the cops caught wind of the animal house that our little trio had engineered, and everyone fled. They probably caught some of the people from the party, but Trollface, Legbeard, and I, the masterminds, all escaped scot-free. We all headed back to Legbeard's house, and I drank myself into a stupor to celebrate our victory. Yeah, OP still drinks, for sure. I'm surprised that nobody, rolled over on you when the cops were questioning him. But then again, maybe they legitimately didn't know. If they don't know Legbeard or Trollface, they're just like, I don't know, somebody told us about this party. And doesn't Stealthbeard get in trouble for it because it's her house? so she gets slapped with like noise pollution ticket or something like that. I guess we'll find out in the epilogue. Ooh, I went back to check on that house a couple of weeks later. Criminals always return to the scene of their misdeeds, you know, and it had been condemned. No more house. Less than a month later, it was bulldozed to the ground. While I feel great about that, I kinda have to worry about the roach and rat infestations that probably migrated to her neighbors' houses in the following days. Stealthbeard never returned to school, for obvious reasons. She moved to the Pacific Northwest, from what I heard. I hope that she learned a valuable lesson, but I can't really be sure whether or not that is the case. Surely somebody knows. If they know where she moved to, somebody is still following her. There was somebody out there with this knowledge, and I need it. For my own sanity, I am gonna believe that she learned her lesson, though. Trollface paid his way through school with the help of Legbeard. He found purpose in helping to support her, and transferred to end up with a bona fide law degree, and even passed the bar. He works with an intellectual property law firm. I don't really keep much track of what he does day to day, but I can safely presume that he is really good at his work. He was essentially born for it. His days spent arguing and talking shit weren't spent in vain after all. We remain friends to this day, though we don't spend as much time together since he does have a family to care for. And Legbeard ended up married to Trollface. Aw, isn't that the perfect story? I mean, they met doing camgirl shit. It's not exactly a fairy tale, but I gotta be glad for him. Legbeard didn't graduate from college, but seems perfectly happy staying home and taking care of their 3 beautiful children. You would think with a pair of wild child parents, they'd be bound for trouble of some sort, but Legbeard's sharp tongue and quick wit have come in pretty handy. Their kids might be adorable, but they certainly have the same sort of fire in their belly that their parents do. What their parents did to get them through law school will go with me to the grave. I had definitely learned better than to try and blackmail them. Ha ha ha, that's a joke. Or is it? No, it is. As for your OP, I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, thanks to Legbeard's kindness of letting me stay with her and Trollface. I ended up building my own website to sell boating supplies. We do well most of the year, but winter months are a little bit tougher. I'm grateful to ReddX for helping me out during the in-between. You know, life has been mostly happy, but I still do carry a lot of scars, both physical and mental. I haven't been able to develop a normal relationship, but I've kind of become okay with that and simply thrown myself into my work and hanging out with my Springer Spaniel. I'm currently in therapy and have made significant progress, but I still don't feel like I need to burden some poor woman with the baggage from my past. Maybe someday, when the time is right, no rush at all for me. I mean, OP does seem okay, but man, I really do think that these two fucked with you like really hardcore. I'm sure you don't want pity, but I definitely feel sorry for what happened. Not sorry for you, just sorry for what happened. Overall, this has been a cathartic experience for me. Thank you to everyone that came along for the ride, and I do apologize for making you wait so long to hear the ending. I'm sure you can appreciate why it was a difficult portion of my life to relive. You've all been wonderful and encouraging, and while I'm sure there are more stories that I can squeeze out, this is definitely the most traumatic and the most explosive. Huge props, as always, to the one and only ReddX for never losing faith that I would indeed post again. And I did it. I was waiting. I hope you guys will let me know what you thought in the comments, and hopefully this saga can serve as a lesson. Things are not always as they appear. The world isn't black and white. And probably most importantly, never be afraid to stand up for yourself and keep yourself and your loved ones safe, no matter what it takes. I'll see you guys again someday down the road, but until then, be well. Ah, man, OP. What a saga it was. Honestly, I wish that things had turned out a little bit better for you, but everybody's on their own timeline. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's on their own path. I'm sure you will meet the right one eventually. And don't feel like you're bogging anybody down with baggage or anything like that, because these sorts of life lessons end up making us who we are, and you seem like a really cool person. A little bit reserved, but quite wise, as every single part of Stealthbeard did have like a lesson injected into it, which is really, really cool. I can definitely say that you destroyed this woman. Fucking had her house bulldozed, the house that her family owns just gone. You basically punished her family too for her actions. And then she had to flee the entire state. Nobody knows what happened to her. God damn. I hope she learned a lesson, and if she didn't, then I'm sure she's out there somewhere being completely miserable and perhaps getting punished again by another warrior of justice. I think it was really cool how OP, kind of bungled stuff, but he managed to salvage the party, and then at the end of it, he just pulls the trigger, the last bullet. Hey, everybody, come on inside. God damn, dude. She never saw that coming. Never expected the betrayal. But it was so rightfully deserved. God, I'm glad this story went the way that it did. It had some dark parts, but at the end, there's always a light at the end. I definitely hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did, I hope you'll like, comment, and or subscribe. Maybe share the video around if you should like. I would truly appreciate that. We got all kinds of plugs and playlists and podcasts if you're interested down in the description, including my Teespring if you're looking to rock the merch. Mine and my wife's channel, Mr. and Mrs. ReddX, where we do vlogs sometimes. We've also got a link to my microphone on Amazon. If you buy something on Amazon after clicking that link, I get a little kickback, which is pretty sweet. We've also got my social medias, Twitter, Discord, Facebook. Come on through, say hello, I would appreciate it. We've also got my gorgeous, wonderful, beautiful, generous patrons, and I would like to thank them all as I do every video. So thank you very much, Robert Waits, Baron Von Waggy Pants, Jarhead Jerry, Oorah, River Jerry, bloop, bloop, bloop. Rogue, TSM Kirby, Twisted Child, Captain Clown Jerry, Hong Kong, Cinema Susie, Fire Drake, Giggle Jerry, hee hee. Hey Jerry, Levison Loves Jerry, Silo Revolver, Sergeant Jelly Donut, the Jerry behind the slaughter, watch out! Sundere Jerry, Baka, Aaron W, Althea Blue, Anunnaki, Asian Persuasion Jerry, Assassin Pug Jerry, yeah, bang bang! I missed out on those. Grizzly, Bailey Joy, Bearded Jerry, watch out for that guy, Becca, Bitch Gremlin, Blade the Hero, Blameless Fish, Blip Bloop Jerry, Camille Sarah, Cherish Kitsune, Commander J Tank, Corporal Admiral, Lieutenant Private General Targaryen Princess, Furry Worry Jerry. What the fuck? Deltarune Jerry. Hey, I think that's a new one. Welcome to the fold, Deltarune. Awesome game. Dinosaur Nightlight, Disposable Waifu, Aaron Lennox, Gypsy, Hadrian BR, Heathcliff, a pimp named J Crisp, JM Coon, Jerry with an I, that is a different Jerry, the original Jerry, Jerry Blacktail, yeah, Jerry Therapist, Jerry T Therapist. Yeah, I'm gonna need a therapist after this Stealthbeard saga, boy. Jerry that's more Jerry than the other Jerrys? Maybe. John Hero, Sim Boofa, because if you're boofing, it's free. Kira M, Kitzikin, Lady Jerry Nix, Miss Monday, Little Lone Wolf, Lord Lionel, Jackass Rule, Vanilla Mel, Melgar the Destroyer, Mint Chip, Marfo Baker, my boy that one, Nick, Natari, Nightmare Jerry, oh no! Origami Jerry, gotta fool them all. Phantom of the Pines, Jerrykins and Jerry Beth, Sidestep, Redwind, Rosemary Miller, Rousedower, Satori, Cider Drinker, Serrated Ash, Staples, Jerry, Stephanie Goodner, Super Saiyan Grand Admiral Mr. Jerry, Synaptic Boomstick, Brilliant Tamago, Tapioca Boogaloo, Tato Ferret, Teddy the Police, 10-Ton Monster, Dead Duck and Bug, The One True Fusky, The Marble Jerry. No replacements, no substitutions. There's also, of course, Token Black Jerry. Treyberg Wilmax, you're a wizard, Jerry. You're a hairy wizard. Yet another different Jerry. A normal Jerry, former neighbor of 211 Jerry. Come back, Jerry. Hunter of Jerry's, devourer of all things tasty, it's Tom! Oh no! Admiral A-Tank, Amara AZ, Banished Knight, Cake Jerry! That is the original different Jerry. California Jerry girl, hooray! Carrot Jerry, good for your eyes! Smeska, Cinnamon Buddy Dog, Crip Jerry's, watch out! Cuban Jerry, smoke some with your dogs! Defon Jerry, Ghost of Alpha, Goose S Honk, HMT Mayor, Hydra Jerry, Jerry's Irradiated Jam, Yum Yum, a fan favorite, Jerry Aldo Rivera. Jerry Bean, delicious. Jerry Roxas, that rocks. Jerryzilla, destroyer of Tom. Oh my god, the infighting, I just can't. John Indoors, KJW Kajau, Crafty Kitty Cat, LaPeachy Jerry, ooh, Life of a Guardian, Little Ann Woods, maybe next time Midnight Sun, Milkfed Gimp, Miss Duchess, Naga Viper, Origami Cam, Princess Rosalie Jerry, congrats on the marriage. Ghosty, Ryga, Raptor Art, Saints Blessing, Silurian King, Snary, that's Snom Jerry, Spoonie the Rogue, Steampunk Ellie, the artist formerly known as Jerry, formerly known as 211 Jerry, the Necro Jerry Con, the original Jerry, who's not the original Jerry, the most different Jerry, who might be the most different Jerry. Promise, swearsies, it's just a fact, and it's totally science. Go ahead and look it up, and by it, I mean another ReddX video. You guys, thank you so much for supporting on the Patreon. We are now at 151 patrons. Yes, indeed. Gotta catch them all. We'll see how it goes at the end of the month. But for now, I am beyond excited, and I thank you guys so very, very much for supporting the channel in the way that you do, helping us to expand, paying my editor, etc., etc. It is supremely important, needless to say. Obviously, if some other people want to sign up on the Patreon, that is amazing! But if you can't do it right now, don't sweat it too hard, friends. I only want money from people who ain't gonna miss it. You know what I'm saying? The most important thing is you came through, you watched the video, you hung out with me, and I hope that you'll come on back and do the same thing again tomorrow. But, you know, with a different video, hopefully. In order to do so, you need to keep yourself safe out there, wash your hands, but also take some time out and do something that you personally enjoy today. Maybe like, watching some more ReddX videos. Pretty please? Always remember, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, and you definitely, definitely deserve it. I shall see you in the next one, and until then, my friends, bye-bye.